Speakers, it is back to school season and there is flu and all sorts of things going round. So unfortunately, we have had a few dropouts today, but that does mean that we have replaced them with some other amazing speakers as well. Nikki McGee, unfortunately, cannot be here due to ill health. She's currently in hospital. So we need to send her our very best wishes, but she has given us permission to send out her PowerPoint afterwards, which I know is a poor substitute for her in person. But obviously with all of the ongoing issues, I know we all wish her the very, very best and a very speedy recovery. And we will get that PowerPoint to you as soon as we possibly can after the event. She had 2 versions because our versions do not let videos play. But then she sent us one that has all the videos. So you will be getting as close to Nikki as we possibly can. If a couple of things to do, like with the running order of the day, if you haven't told Claire that you want your refund, you need to go and see Claire. She said she'd wave, but I think she's still out there. So the lady on the desk, go and see Claire if you do want your refund. And don't forget about today's prize draw. So you all have one of these. I think I've pretty much spoken to everyone. You all have one of these. There are 6 slots on it. We have 5 sponsors and you need to get your 6th one from us. Once you've filled it in, put your name on it, hand it in to us, and we have got an amazing prize draw. So we have got a teacher survival kit pencil case with real branded stationery inside it. We have got a much coveted Teachers Talk Radio mug, education books, and then lovely Nathan Burns, who is here today speaking, is going to offer you one of his books as well. But you can choose from any of them, which is very exciting, and it will arrive in the post. I don't know about you, but the post, like getting post, is very exciting. I got my back to school survival box from Hachette earlier this week, and it was really the boost that I needed. So yes, that's something to look forward to. We've got 3 Teach Meet sessions throughout the day. We've got a practical workshop with Nathan about putting metacognition into our lessons, and we've got loads of time for networking. I have seen that our sponsors have been rushed off their feet already this morning, which is fantastic to see. We've got the lunch break and we have got an afternoon networking break as well. It is a bit of an informal event, so if you do need to use the facilities or go and fill up your tea and coffee, please do just get up and go and do that. There is time built in for moving. Well, we've got this morning, our first session is going to be all based around humanities, so something for every single person in the room. Our second session is going to be a bit more split, so we'll have some speakers in here and some in our room upstairs. That's after lunch, and I will give you an update of that as to who is where after lunch. We will have our sponsors as well, and then in the afternoon, we are all back in here for our final sessions of the day and our very exciting prize draw. So, without further ado, we are going to introduce our first sponsor of the day. So Jigsaw, the lovely Selena and her very nice Jigsaw owl are going to come and speak to us and show us what Jigsaw Education are all about. Welcome.
So I didn't know I was going to do this, did I? So this is a last minute thing. No, and I wanted to show you around the portal, but because I saved my password, I can't remember what it is, so I can't get on it. But I have got access to it on my iPad, so if you want to have a look around, you can do. The Cuddly Owls, there's one for every year group for Jigsaw RE, and they all have a name which means wise. And they're a bit of a distancing tool, a circle time tool, a thinking question, ask the owl this question. And as a teacher, if you don't know what the answer is, you can say the owl will get back to you next lesson. So because people worry about lots of things in teaching RE. So Jigsaw Education Group, I'll just put Oberon down there. It's very cuddly, it's very nice. Jigsaw Education Group came about 2013 when a woman called Jan Lever decided PSHE was taught really badly in schools, and she wrote a whole program which ended up as a file and a little memory stick. Then it went on to a portal, and obviously it became statutory. Out of that, through the people that she knew, there were discussions about RE and how poorly that was taught. So Jigsaw RE came about. Both of these things are on an online portal. They're access to slides, teacher notes, background information. It's all progressive, particularly the PSHE. You don't have to think about it. It's all mapped out for you. RE is slightly different, as you know, because you have locally agreed syllabi. They are all different. So what happens in the RE is we've got 8 different worldviews. We've got the Abrahamic, the Dharmic, and 2 non-religious worldviews of humanism and ethical veganism. So if a school purchases Jigsaw RE or is interested in it, We look at their locally agreed syllabus because that's what they need to teach. And we help them to map our inquiries to the locally agreed syllabus inquiry. And most of the teachers like it because, I don't know about you, but teaching a subject in primary, you have about 12 different subjects and you can't be expected to be an expert in everything. And I think RE teachers particularly worry about because they don't want to offend or get the information wrong. So with each inquiry, there's one per half term, you have background information notes so the teacher can look at that and be confident in what they're saying and what they're delivering. But the pedagogy of the actual teaching, if you like, has personal knowledge in it, substantive knowledge, the bit where you teach them what they need to know to answer the inquiry question, and then they go back to their personal knowledge. And within, I think, lesson 5, there's like a critical bit, an assessment, so it's like your disciplinary knowledge. So there's lots of different activities to encourage oracy and respect for each other. There's a charter, and I really wish I had some images. I have got the website up, but you might pop that up, they can at least look at that. So if you want to come and find out a bit more about Jigsaw, PSHE goes all the way up to secondary. Unfortunately, there isn't anything for RE. I'd love to be involved in Key Stage 3 content writing, but we're not quite there yet as a company. It's not on our roadmap. But what we are doing is, because we're very much an approach, this is what Christians believe about God, this is what Muslims believe about God. And a lot of the locally agreed syllabi have more thematic questions now and inquiries. So we are trying to address that. So the one that is pertinent today that I am now getting involved in my company is worldviews and their view on care for the world. So their environmental stewardship, etc. And the background for that, for me, is I did a combined honours degree many years ago in Liverpool, and I did geography and RE. And it was a strange combination, but here I am, 30 odd years later, at an event that is asking humanities to connect their subject to climate change and sustainability. So I'm really back in my comfort zone, and it's funny how things come around. So I was a primary school teacher for 20 years. And before that, I was a social housing officer. That was my first job. And then I saw this job with Jigsaw Education. It was mainly RE. And I just wanted to support teachers because they need that help to have the confidence to deliver good lessons that the children are engaged in, and therefore they can increase attainment and progression. So that's basically it. We have CPD, we do webinars on all aspects of PSHE and RE, and a lot of them are free on the portal, on the website. And if you want some more information about it, you can go to the website, or you can come to me and fill in a form, and we can have a chat. I can show you around and see if it's suitable for your local authority, if you like, or your school or your setting, or if you know of anyone who might benefit from that. So thank you very much for your time, and sorry that was a bit of a, but there you
go. Thank you very much. There you go. It's very cuddly. Like if you need a cuddle this morning, it's very nice. So thank you very much. So obviously Jigsaw are one of our sponsors today, so please do go and see them and get your stamp. As Selina mentioned, the vision for this kind of today was about bringing together the humanities and the impact that we can have on teaching about climate education and sustainability. We're absolutely aware though that that is not something that we want to spend the entire day on, so there's a real mix of things throughout the day. We are going to start off, as I said, with some amazing speakers in terms of their expertise and knowledge and the things that they can bring to humanities overall. These people that, although they might have their subject specialism in history, RS or geography, have brought together a more holistic viewpoint. So we are going to start in just a minute with Sally Thorne talking about inspiring each other and cross-curricular ideas for Key Stage 3. Thelina Chowdhury is then going to talk about metacognition. We've got Deborah Hayden talking about teaching the Holocaust in a cross-curricular approach. Jess Angel is going to talk about enriching your humanities curriculum through extracurricular opportunities, something that I think is really important there. Azan is then going to speak to us about climate in the classroom, so bringing us right back to our theme for the day. And then John Huff is going to come and talk about pre-writing activities. And then those of you who are here for history, we'll get to see John again later as well. So without further ado, Sally.
Lovely. Thanks very much. Hi everybody. Oh, hi everybody. Thanks for having me. It's good to be here. We were trying to remember the last time we were in Manchester for an event like this. For me, I think that was 2022. So yeah, it's been a while. It's nice to meet you all. I'm Sally Thorne. I am a history teacher by trade, and I'm here to talk to you about interdisciplinary studies at Key Stage 3. So thinking about how you can do a combined effort across your faculty in order to strengthen what it is that you are doing across it. And this is kind of inspired. So I was head of humanities at a secondary school in Bristol. We are all girls, apart from in the sixth form. And while I was head of humanities, I was really interested in solving some problems. So when I took over the department, we were all quite separate. I was the first head of humanities at the school. It had been separate heads of department up until then, kind of all working in our separate silos. And the problem that we had really was that we had too many teachers for year 7. So you might have the same problem that when timetabling happens, year 7 are like way down here and they get what's left over at the end of the timetabling process. We also had only a small amount of curriculum time for humanities. It was 1 hour a week for each of the 3 subjects, so 6 hours across the fortnight. And quite often, some of those classes would have 6 teachers for those 6 hours because it was just fitted on where it was left over. So we had this issue that they were not getting a good humanities offer because they just saw too many people. We also, as I said, it's also the PowerPoint says that we only had that 1 hour a week. Thankfully, after 8 years of campaigning, and when I stopped being head of humanities, then they upped the curriculum. Thanks very much. You're just waiting for me to leave, weren't you? So there is a bit more curriculum time available now. And what we found was that it was really difficult because we didn't see them very often. It was really difficult to get to know the students in time for that first data drop in year 7. And there are just too many assessments then compared to the amount of teaching hours. So what I did to solve this was I created a system where students had just one teacher for geography, history, and RS. And this kind of went back to something that I did when I started my career back in 2003. This was the model that we had at the school then. And I quite liked this model because first of all, I got to know my year 7s really, really well, and they got to know me really well. I saw them more often than English or maths, which was really useful. So we felt like it was a nice little kind of segue in from primary school where they might have fewer teachers. And the other thing that was really helpful about it is that I got to know the curriculums for the other subjects as well. So as well as history, I got to know geography and I got to know RS. And I'm sure that when we were training, we all had sessions. If you teach humanities, you probably had sessions on the other humanities as well. So I felt like I had enough knowledge, and it's been really helpful to know what other people are doing. Now, I feel like a bit of a fraud though when I was planning this, because I've been to a lot of CPDs where people have suggested, oh, you know, you could share curriculum time, and the audible scoffing from everybody in the room, like, why would I give up any of my precious curriculum time for them? For us, we were like, oh, the colour is in, we're not going to give up any time for colouring in. But some topics really, yes, well, I don't think that anymore, I should say that. Some topics naturally lend themselves to this really holistic approach, and I'm going to talk about a couple of those today. I also think when we're thinking about cognitive science and how students learn, I think this really provides a much richer mental model for students if you're doing that cross-curricular approach, because you're drawing out those links for them, that particularly when students start their secondary journey, I don't think they're necessarily there. They're not necessarily making those links themselves and fitting them together. And perhaps they never will. They do think very, very separately about this. And I really do think we need to get out of our silos. It was easy for us where I work because we haven't really got enough classroom space. So when you're not teaching, we share an office, and because we share an office all together, it really helps with that sort of collegiate way and being able to discuss with other people how it is that they're teaching, and to share that teaching with them is really, really helpful. It's definitely enriched my teaching, talking to them as well. And I also think, we need to think about what the future holds. We are I feel like we're in a space at the moment where there are quite a lot of humanities teachers, and we in secondary school we've been slightly privileged possibly by EBAC, by the fact that everybody has to sit history or geography if they want to achieve that EBAC. So when we look at the picture of who's left in teaching after what has been several very difficult years, there are a lot of humanities teachers there. If EBAC goes and students are no longer taking those GCSEs, there'll be a lot of us there with reduced teaching hours. So being able to pick up teaching in the other humanities and feeling confident and, dare I say it, enthusiastic to do that, I think will be something that will be helpful for us all. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the EBAC will stay. So my two suggestions for this, what I've done, at the moment when we're teaching Year 7 Humanities, we do just teach the separate topics. So we do 2 weeks of history, 2 weeks of geography, 2 weeks of RS, and then we cycle around like that. And so therefore, at the moment, everybody's just teaching the curriculum that they had planned. And that's great. You want subject specialists planning your curriculum, and that is what they are doing. But what I'm trying to do is to introduce a couple of new units into Year 7 where we do really foster that cross-curricular approach. We take one topic and we kind of break it down and think about how that fits. So the first one of these is the Industrial Revolution, and I think the Industrial Revolution lends itself really nicely to a cross-curricular approach. And it was inspired by something that it's one of those, this friend of a friend said something. He said, we need to stop teaching, the history needs to stop teaching the Industrial Revolution as a closed loop. It is not something that happened in the 19th century and then we move on and we talk about something else. It still has a really strong impact on the lives of people today, and industrialization is something that is worth talking about and worth studying from this kind of holistic position. So climate history arguably is geography. If you're thinking about geography in the really long term, then talking about changes to the world over a long period of time, that's got themes from both geography and history in there. And when you're thinking about RS or RE, then stewardship and religious teachings about the planet, that kind of fits into the Industrial Revolution as well. There's also something really interesting that happens to Christianity in the 19th century, in that you get this shift from and sorry, RE teachers, if I'm mischaracterizing this, but you get this shift from a kind of Christianity where God is kind of strict and authoritarian, and he's going to hold you to account, to a bit more huggy, I suppose, a bit more huggy Christianity, a bit more evangelical, and God is forgiveness and God is charity. And I think that's a really interesting theme to look at alongside the Industrial Revolution as well. Now, I would be lying if I said I'd already done that. Me and the head of RE, we've got a standing agreement that we will sit down and talk about this at some point, but that has been now nearly a year, so we will get to it. So this was my first plan, and this is what I tried to put in place. I went to the Historical Association conference last year. I heard Michael Riley speak about climate education and the history of climate, and I was like, yes, I'm going to go back to school and we're going to do this. And I sat my humanities team down. It was term 6, and they were like, are we really going to? Are we going to do this now? Yes, we're going to do it now, because if we don't do it now, it won't work. Well, we did have to abandon this plan because I did try to do it too quickly. But my first plan was this. So 3 phases of the Industrial Revolution, each paired with a geographical impact lesson that went next to it. So I paired up my history and geography teachers, and they went away and they planned pairs of lessons like this, some of which we did actually deliver. The first Industrial Revolution would be your first lesson. So a history lesson on the first Industrial Revolution at middle of the 19th century. And then the geography lesson to kind of go with that is the impact of mining, so thinking about people movement and the impact of burning coal. Then the second Industrial Revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, and kind of looking at that movement towards electricity and the use of oil, and then the impacts that has, so the impact of fossil fuels and electricity and how that changes things. And then finally, in the middle of the 20th century, and I have to say that this is more about the industrial revolutions than I ever knew before. But the middle of the 20th century, the great acceleration, so this movement forward to consumer society, and then the paired lesson was the impact of overconsumption and plastic pollution, things like this, all themes that our geography teachers have later on in their Key Stage 3. So it's a bit of a here's a smorgasbord of things that are coming up later on. And then within that, interwoven within that, I wanted to talk about stewardship and how different religions view their responsibility towards the planet. Now, as I said, possibly this was a little bit ambitious to do in term 6, and possibly for year 7, and possibly not enough lessons. So I went away and thought about it, and we're currently replanning it to look a little bit more like this. So what I'm hoping for is a long-term look at human development and the impact it has had, rather than a focus just on the Industrial Revolution. Now, something I like to do in history at Key Stage 3 is to have, when I was planning that curriculum, I tried to make sure we had this sort of long-term thematic study in each year group, because when they get to GCSE, they will be doing a long-term thematic study. And I think it's useful if they don't meet that for the first time when they are at Key Stage 4. I also think it's really like when you're talking to year 7s about what they understand about history, I feel like this is almost a natural thing. They kind of get it, that long-term idea, and they can draw those strands out really nicely. So this is my current plan that we're working on at the moment, and I should trail this because I've just asked the Geographical Association if my head of geography and I can go and present it. So if you want to know how it's going to work, then come to that conference if we get selected to speak. Otherwise, don't go. So here are the ideas behind that. So we're going to start with the emergence of farming and settled communities. So going way back into prehistory, if you need to put that into your Key Stage 3, and then pairing that with a geography theme, looking at urbanization and possibly food security alongside that idea of agriculture. Then we move on to look at early globalization, which brings in the geography theme of migration. Then we get to the first industrial revolution, and we pair that with a look at climate change, and then the great acceleration, because that really did land quite well with our students. So we're looking at the great acceleration and plastic pollution and sustainability. So we're not much further on with this yet. I can't tell you that we've planned all this and taught it all and it's working really well, but we're very excited about planning it, and lots of people have got lots of ideas about this. And I think it's going to be really helpful for us to have that sort of cross-curricular unit. Now, my last one, the other one that I'm also trying to plan at the same time, because I just get too excited about things, is about this. And I'm sorry that Nikki isn't here later, because I think that definitely look at her PowerPoint, because I think her talk would have chimed in really, really nicely with this. Now, I am a regular at the Historical Association conference. I love a conference. And last year, I found that the Geographical Association conference, they have a free lecture in an evening. So you can just go. Anybody can go. It's great. And this was the free lecture this year. It was in Oxford in April, and it was from Anjana Katwa, and she's just released this book called The Whispers of Rock, and she was great. She was like the most woo geographer I have ever come across. She was like, oh, and you just pick the rock up and you listen to it. What's the story of the rock? I was entranced. It was amazing. But she told some really interesting stories, and a lot of what's in her book is about indigenous stories about rock formation. So she talked through 3 different areas. She talked about Hawaii, New Zealand, and North America. And she told us some stories that indigenous people tell about the rock formations in their areas. And then she told us a bit about the geology behind that, so how those were actually formed. And while obviously the indigenous stories are not the same as the geological stories, there are parallels that can be drawn there. So she talked about Hawaii and the fact that the indigenous stories of the formation of Hawaii is that there's a goddess, and she's had an affair with her sister's husband, and she's goddess of fire. She's running away from her husband, from her sister, who's going to kill her. And she kind of bounces from island to island. And then each island she stops on, because she's the goddess of fire, she set fire to it. So it burns, and her sister's like, I know where she is. So she goes to the island, and she has to bounce to the next one. And in the end, sadly, her sister kills her, but it's, they're immortal, so it's fine. So they, become goddesses again. But that idea that idea of Hawaii being islands, a chain of islands, is obviously not too far from the process of that. So the point, the thing that I'll finish on with this is what really inspired me to do something with this, is that then she talked about the Black Hills in America. If you've ever taught the American West at GCSE, you will know all about the Black Hills and the Fort Laramie Treaty, and the fact that the treaty was signed with the indigenous peoples, and then the Americans broke it so that they could dig up the gold that was apparently there. So Anjana Katwa mentioned this in the Geographical Association conference, and the shock in the room. My goodness, those geography teachers did not seem to know anything about it. And I wanted to say, you just need to go and talk to your year 11 history students, because they will be able to tell you about this. So there's definitely chiming already going on there, and links that we can draw for our students. So yeah, I'm going to put more about it on my blog as I work on it. It's sallythorne.com, very original. So thanks very much for hearing me, and I hope you enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Sally. That was, as always, inspiring. I mean, when Sally says she is at every conference, we have run into each other 3 times over the last 2 weeks at various things. So, she really is at everything. I love the fact that she highlighted how many of humanities teachers there are. And I think that is testament today as well. Not only are we all sat in this room, we are now up to 150 live watchers online as well. And that's just so far today. So it really shows us that as humanities teachers, we have nothing better to do with our time. So I think there was some brilliant things in there from Sally, and just being so generous with what you've been doing as well, and showing those schemes, those kind of plans. That's what I really love about the Teachers Talk Radio events, the ability to arrive and take away something, a new idea that you can immediately put into place. And I think that is always something that is absolutely fantastic from this, and it's something that we hope that you'll be able to go away and to do today. So we are now going to move on to, I think, what is another kind of buzzword at the moment in education generally. And we have got Thelina coming to speak to us about metacognition and humanities, which will then hopefully be backed up by everything that Nathan says later. So a big warm welcome to Thelina, please.
Right, hi guys, my name is Thelina. So I will be speaking to you about metacognition. Now that I know Nathan's here, the pressure is on. So if I don't say it doesn't match up, then we'll act like I didn't say anything. So in terms of my kind of talk today, it is humanities focused. I am geography by trade. So therefore there will be a mixture of geography and history examples. I don't have many RE examples, but obviously if there's any questions, I can give some examples. So I'm currently a curriculum director of humanities, and it's a very interesting role because my only focus in that role is to develop and establish the curriculum to be very cognitive focused and develop outcomes for our students. So I get to think about metacognition quite a lot in my role. The context I work in, so I'm in a school in Birmingham / North Solihull. We have a very spread out catchment. So we have students that are living in £500,000 houses, and then we have students that are living in social housing. So we have a very vast catchment area. Now, in terms of that, metacognition is a really important part and tool that we use in our faculty. Now, the main reason for this is because we find we have certain students that can do it really well, and then we have other students that really don't know where to begin from. Even with some of the teachers that we have within our faculty, we often find thinking about our subject across the humanities can be quite difficult. So we've developed different types of framework, and I'll kind of go through those with you. So in terms of metacognition, again, like Emily has said, it is a bit of a buzzword. So it's thinking about thinking. Yeah. So it's one of those ones when I was first introduced to it in about 6-7 years ago, I was like, oh, here we go. It's another word that, we're going to be put down by SLT that we have to do. But once I got to kind of really understand and research into the benefits of metacognition, obviously the benefits of it have been really strong. Ooh, I've got the clicker. Right, so in terms of types of learners then, we've got 4 types of learners if we look at Perkins' 1992 model. Now, if you have a look at those 4 bullet points, you can see that you might fall into 2 or maybe 1 of those, or maybe all of those. Now, as a faculty, we've started to think about each class that we have and each year group we have, what kind of learners are our students. That kind of helps us to understand what kind of metacognitive strategies we might use. So when I was looking at this research, I felt like I was a mixture of strategic and aware. So I'll give you about a minute to just have a look and see where you might sit in those. You might not sit in any at all. Now, this was a useful tool for us, like I said, to help us identify where we think our students are. So we said most of our students currently are somewhere between the first one and the second one. So bearing in mind, obviously, this posed a question for us: how do we enable them to deliberately think about what they're doing and understand why something is working or not working? So when looking at metacognitive strategies, we've decided to look at it in three parts. So before the learning, during the learning, and after the learning. So in terms of before the learning, we really wanted to think about what kind of metacognitive strategies can we draw on. So looking at this big wheel of metacognitive strategies, we felt that these are all the different types that we could probably pull out and use within our lessons and our curriculum. Now, the common ones that we are really pushing for is obviously activating prior knowledge, self-regulation, thinking aloud, and obviously making connections as well as analyzing. So what we did is we looked at our curriculum. We just put pen to paper, and this was a group effort. We would just pull out a topic and we just put pen to paper, and we thought about, okay, what do our students not know? What do our students struggle to understand? And what do we actually want them to know? So this is a Year 8 Africa topic. In this topic, we want them to actually leave knowing that it's a diverse society and landscape due to its size and history. So a bit of cross-curricular link there as well. Now, in terms of that, we have mapped out the key concepts. So for our key concepts, we have chosen a few key concepts that will underpin the thinking in our topic. So I've got things such as society and culture, location and scale, stakeholders, sustainability. So when it came to choosing metacognitive strategies, what we decided as a faculty is to start thinking about how do we make them see it through those lenses of the key concepts. This is when I'll come back to that one, developed through the lens, okay? So this is something that we're still working on. However, it's identifying the key concepts to students very explicitly. So we would teach students that the key concepts in geography are, the key concepts in history are, and the key concepts in RS are. Just as a heads up, in our school, humanities is just geography and history. RE's been put into social sciences, hence the geography and history examples. So in terms of history then, if you look at the examples of cause, effect, continuity, and change, what we will do is introduce what they mean to the students and give them examples. When we have Key Stage 3 classes, I've given examples for Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2 if you have any primary school teachers. We have laminated cutouts of the lens with the concept written on, with language that they would need to use in order to activate that concept in their responses. So for example, in history, when talking about change, using language such as before, after, and that has improved the language that they are then using in the response. When we have done this for geography, we're looking at sustainability, we're talking about my brain's gone blank now. So for sustainability, we're talking about obviously how can we reuse products and how are we meeting the needs of future generations. So this is an activity that we are using predominantly for Key Stage 3 as it helps them to kind of be more self-regulated. The lenses would be on their packs, like in like a little pack on the table. They can take that lens out and help them respond. And as you are walking around and monitoring the information, you are then able to give feedback about how effectively they've understood that concept. So that goes back to this. In terms of building student schemas, we have found in Key Stage 3, outcome has massively improved as we can see students using language that we'd want them to do to be a true geographer or a true historian. That takes us to this stage here, what makes an expert in that subject. This was a piece of work where we have a lot of non-specialists. So in geography, we obviously have a lot of non-specialists. We really wanted to think about what an expert geographer should know and what should an expert geographer be able to do. So although this is for the students, this doesn't go in front of the students. This is more for the teachers to use and have as kind of like a framework that they can refer to. And it is also something that we do show to parents in parents' evening when we're kind of telling them this is what your child should be able to do. This is what they need to show us in subjects to move to the next grade. We try to map out as many possible parts of the subject and see where students are modeling those examples. Then obviously when you're doing reports, you can then lift some of these statements back into the reports to then say, this student was able to critically think about geographical issues. So it's not a document that stands alone, it's been then brought back to parental conversations. Now, how is this metacognition? Like I said, it's one of those words that's a bit fluffy. In terms of metacognition, it enables you to really think about the subject. You're able to communicate to parents what the subject is and what the outcome of that subject should be. And also, students are then able to see that feedback in the report to see how close they are, what they need to do to be a better expert geographer or historian. The next one I have is use of icons. Now, a lot of you guys might use the website Noun Project or Flat Icon. I'm obsessed with using these websites. It's really useful for summarizing any kind of learning. So if you've done a really key concept idea of medicine through time, or you've looked at how industrialization has improved quality of life, you can lift these icons for free, put them onto the slide where students can obviously expand, link the icons, or even identify the concept. So then it links back to this idea. So I might put these four icons up for the students, and then they need to tell me what process is this showing us, what are the key ideas, and what concept does that then fall into. Now, this enables metacognition as it allows students to analyze and make connections. One of the hardest things that we must find, I often find with geography and history, so a lot of students look at topics very in huge isolation, and they don't draw back ideas. Especially even with my A-level students, it's really hard for them to make that synoptic links. So I'm even using this all the way up to A-level as well. Right, this one, again, it goes without saying, I'm sure loads of us have lots of different acronyms and real life examples that we use. So in terms of this one, I've kind of got the biscuit here, so a bit of geography knowledge for the geographers here. I've got the custard cream, is representing which type of coastline. Anyone want to share? The custard cream, with the soft bit in the middle and the hard bits on the top and the bottom. What type of coastline would that be? Putting everyone on the spot now. Right, so in terms of this one, we're looking at a concordant coastline then. So using examples such as visual cues for students, obviously helping them to remember what concordant coastline might be with the hard layer at the top, so the hard rock at the front, and then the softer layer in between. In terms of the discordant coastline, then we look at the difference between hardback and softback books, and we just bring in real life examples to help students remember more complex processes. We also use language such as steep or sheep to help them think about how to expand their points in their responses. The next one that we have is enable table. Now, a lot of us might have seen this on social media. This one is really useful, especially for Key Stage 4 and Key Stage 5. So this is an example that I've got from online. My one does not look as nice as this. It's just sheets in a pile of trays. This table allows students to be able to take control of their own learning and choose what they want to do for the next stage. So some of the stuff that I do include in this are scaffolding sheets, challenge tasks, and access to topic organizers and glossary sheets. Now, with the implementation of this, you have to be really explicit with the students when they use it, how they use it. So in our school, we follow a very strict model of dedicated time for deliberate practice, which is about 15 minutes of the final part of the lesson, 15 to 20 minutes. And this is the time when they are able to access that table should they need it. This has improved independence for students, and students be more reflective about what their strength areas are and what they need support with. And this can look different across all key stages. Right, the next one is concept linking. So this is more for your GCSE and possibly your A-level students. For this one, I've got a mixture of key terms and processes, getting students to really visualize and group their knowledge and thinking. Now, this is something, what we've done to kind of improve the outcomes of this is where we've got students to swap the concept map, add a different color pen, and expand on that. So as a teacher, I can monitor, walk around and see what they do know, what they don't know, and it then enables me to plan for the next stage, what they need to do to expand on their responses. Now, I was not going to put this one in because I do feel like a lot of us do this, but I'm a big fan of the visualize and the model book, and I'm sure lots of us do this in this room. Now, for this one, again, it's pretty much what it says, making it more visible for the students, show them how to break down a task and plan an answer and build it logically. Now, the model book one, I've what we have got some examples of is we have one per year group. So we have a model book for year 7 all the way to year 13. And that's a model book that a teacher will have where whatever work that they model, they keep it in the classroom. When they're not using it, they then put it back on the enable table. So if students want to go back and look at something and they don't have the level of work that they have in their books or they were absent, that enables students to also catch up and have a bit of independence with catching up work. This is probably one of my favorite ones for metacognitive strategies is drawing. So drawings, annotated diagrams, and storyboards. It's often an underused one because, again, it takes a lot of time and modeling with students. Depending on the key stages, again, with 3, I use this a lot, and key stage 5, I use this a lot. Getting students to memorize a process, to then translate that into their own diagram, consolidates the knowledge and allows you to also check understanding. When coming back to metacognition, then we've got the 3 stages: planning, monitoring, and evaluating. So a key thing that we decide is what is the first step a student will take. So when we are introducing students into the deliberate practice task, we will ask them, what is the first step you will take? So as soon as we've introduced the independent task, I will say to the class, okay, what is the first thing you're going to do in order for you to access this knowledge or complete this task? And students will give their hands up or we'll do a bit of cold calling and they would respond. Then while they are completing the work, I'm walking around asking them, okay, how do you know that's correct? What made you choose that decision? What are you going to do next? So constantly having that metacognitive conversation with them. Perfect. For evaluation then, when we bring up the books and the answers to the visualizer, I always bring a student's response that I think is quite good or sometimes not as good. We bring it up to the front, and then as a class, we decide what was the strongest part of the answer and why, and what was an area to develop and why. And this is a great tool because it now allows peer marking and also self-reflection. Now, these are some of the benefits of metacognitive strategies. The main one that we found is it's increased learning intention, improved critical thinking, and the main one for us is self-regulation. So those are just a few of the strategies that we've introduced in our faculty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yet again, another fantastic list of amazing strategies that we can go away and use. Some of the things that I really took away from that was the use of lenses. I've seen this in RE quite a lot with the different lenses that they use. And I think that's where maybe we've borrowed that from. I can see the RE teachers like, yeah, no, that was our idea first. Remember, we're all here to help each other. So I think that's a really lovely way to do it. I've been talking this week about how do we actually monitor how our, or make it explicit to our history students, which of those concepts that we're using, like, are we talking about cause and consequence? Are we talking about change and continuity? It's really hard for them to flip between all of those different ones. So actually having a lens that makes that really explicit, that may well be something I'm going back and applying straight away. So I am now going to hand over to Deborah, who's going to talk to us about some fascinating things that they've been doing about teaching the Holocaust using a cross-curricular approach. Welcome.
Going that way. So, good morning, everybody. I'm going to apologise before I start in the fact that I'm going to go through just a small fraction of what we've done, and I'm going to be talking about 100 miles an hour in order to get as much of it across to you as I possibly can. So I'm going to be focusing on how we've taught the Holocaust, but more importantly, how our students have expressed their understanding of the Holocaust across a range of different subjects and different mediums. There's a lot more I could say, so please speak to me at the end if you want to know any more about this. So also, this is going to kind of link in with our faith. I teach in a faith school, and you can see there's an aspect of Catholic social teaching at the bottom there. And all of this culminated in the design of an award-winning garden, which you can see on the picture and the screen. So that's my environmental link as well. So we teach the Holocaust, like I know a number of people will, through personal stories. And again, links to our faith in the fact that there's an aspect there from the Catholic Catechism about the importance of names and the sacredness of names. So we've incorporated that as much as we can through our teaching of the Holocaust. We've also linked that in a way that our students have expressed what they've learned through poetry as well. So I know it's not an English thing, but we have got kind of English and literacy links there as well. So I'm just going to show you a couple of poems that one of our students has written, because through our work, through stories, we've also been working very closely with Robert Rinder and his mother, Angela Cohen, and their family story. And if you want to know more about the Holocaust, their family, Me and Us project for schools, then please speak to me as well. So this is a poem that one of our students wrote when they were in year 9, just using images from what we had been looking at. I've got some more that he wrote when he was in year 11 as well. But from this, we've kind of worked out, well, he discovered that he had this real talent for poetry, which he'd not expressed before. I'm leaving it up there for a few minutes so you can read it. That's one of his shorter ones. He has written some longer ones. So that was about the story we were doing linked to Treblinka. This is the next one is one that he wrote for me this year, linked to the anniversary of the liberation of Bergen-Belsen as well. So this is how he's expressed his learning. Sometimes when we teach the Holocaust, it's really difficult to think of an appropriate way to assess what students have learned. And writing an essay sometimes just doesn't really isn't always appropriate. So he's used that through his poetry, and I've been able to assess what he's learned through his poetry. We also took part in the My Hometown project. I don't know if anyone else has, but this was an international project from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And it was that 85 schools took part in this from 14 different countries. So this was then using the medium of film. So some of our students then made a film linked to their understanding of the Holocaust too. And I can just show you, these are some of the stills from our film. Because we're embedding of videos, I'm not able to show you, and I haven't got time to show you the entire film. But you can see the students here used what they'd learned, linked to an original artifact. If anyone's seen The Repair Shop, there's an episode of The Repair Shop with a gentleman that brings in his grandparents' prayer book, which they were able to take into Theresienstadt with them. And that's a drawing in the background on there. There's a star behind the prison doors that his grandfather drew in the back of this prayer book. And there are names of people who were in the camp with them who are written in the back of the book. And he's a third generation survivor and happens to live locally to us. So we used his story, the poem his grandfather wrote, which is also in the back of the book. And we made this film connecting again our faith, a garden that we had at school, and that artifact for the students to develop and express their learning. Because of that, and we were quite overwhelmed by it, we were then selected to go to Parliament, where our film was previewed in a prestigious event with some MPs. If you want to actually see our film and know more about that project, then if you just Google My Hometown Collywood Learning Gallery, then you can see it all on there. You can see all the different countries that took part in the different films that have been made from around the world. So that links to geography. So that is us at Parliament in a very prestigious room with Lord Pickles and various other people. And then we, apart from having a student who was very good at art, we also had poetry, also had a student who was a very talented artist. And he expressed his understanding of what he'd learned through art. The PowerPoint on the artist and the drawing on the far side with the hands, that was commissioned. He was commissioned to do that for a school that has a resource provision for students who've got hearing impairment. So after he'd done the first drawing, they then asked him to do that drawing for them. And he's done various others for me as well. And this was a commemorative mosaic that we designed for our school, designed by the same student, actually. Started with this and then did the paintings. And again, you can see how we've linked that through with RE, because we've linked that to a significant amount of symbolism that went into the designing of that mosaic, which is in our school garden. And again, I can send you copies of that. There's a lot there to read, and I'm not going to read it out to you. But again, it's linking that. It's showing again what he's taken from his learning and how he's incorporated into that design. I can just say the Romans must have been really patient people, because it was a significant number of Saturday mornings that it took us to actually make that mosaic and put it together. It just takes forever. Anyway, we got there in the end. And then we designed a garden at school. This is a very disused area, as you can see in the first picture, and the students decided that they wanted to make this commemorative garden linked to the stories that they'd been studying. So we cleared it in January and got to the bottom pictures where it looks slightly better. This was about 18 months ago now, so the plants are a bit bigger now. And then this is where we ended up by the time we'd cleared it and planted it. And I say it does look more established now. It's beginning to die off now because it's getting to the winter months. But that's where we got to. We had a big opening for it. It was for Refugee Week 18 months ago, so it's just over a year. And we had 2 of the relatives of the families that we've been studying came to plant memorial roses for their relatives in our garden. And you can see them there. And then also we had commemorative plaques, which were also alongside the roses to commemorate their families and the relatives that they'd lost during the Holocaust. And then we took on a very ambitious project from that point. We had such positive feedback from our local community about the garden that we then decided to do something which was really quite crazy at the time. We decided to enter BBC Gardeners World Live and design a garden to be displayed at that event alongside, can I mention here, garden designers. We were the only school entry, and we went for a site visit in March, sat in this room with all these garden designers and felt completely overwhelmed with what have we actually done here. So we had that picture and we got a beautiful picture, and it was like we've now got to actually turn that into an actual garden. So this is our next story. And again, we've linked this to the idea about cultivating a better future. That was our tagline. This is the vision that the students came up with. Obviously, it was 80 years since the liberation of Auschwitz and the ending of the Second World War. So our garden, the timing was just right for this. It all kind of culminated together. So, oops, I've gone too far, sorry. So that's what they wanted to come up with. That was our vision about cultivating connections, generations, faith, communities, symbolic pebble link design, unity, a reflective pool. It was a symmetrical garden to say that as human beings, we are all a mirror image of each other. We have more in common than we do apart, and that we should come together around the reflective pool in the middle to focus on what we've got in common rather than our differences. So there was a lot of very deep meaning behind what the students designed, and they researched every single plant that they included in the garden for its symbolism, and the colour as well. The colours that they used in the garden for the plants all had a symbolic meaning. We have a booklet as which we had to tweet in the end. I haven't got time to go into all of that now. So that is our garden. There's different elements of it. I'm just going to go through a range of pictures. That you can see in the middle is our reflective pool. We also took the mosaic hands from the students' original mosaic to show the different groups who were affected during the Holocaust. So we have different coloured hands for each of the different groups. We had pebbles within the triangles. The triangle also represents the Holy Trinity, so that forest part being the Star of David, it also links to our faith as a school. Every single one of our students in the school wrote their name on a pebble, so they were all included, but also their names, and we use first names only because there are so many names from the Holocaust that we don't know, that our students use their first name to show that their name might well have been the same name as somebody who was lost, and it's therefore commemorating them. We're also a very multicultural school. We have a number of students from different countries, so they wrote their name in their home language as well. I think you should be able to see that there. So there's some of the pebbles with their names on. And then we had water features, which I'll come back to this in a moment. We do a lot of work about the stories of the Windermere children, which links to the work we've done with Rob Rinder. So we included water features as well, and apple trees were in the corners of each corner of our garden because that links to his family story as well. And it's a bench which had a quote on about the sacredness of names. Then, yeah, there we are. We're talking to, if anyone watches Gardeners World Live, that's Nick Bailey. Our students had their pictures taken with all these gardening professionals, and they didn't know who any of them were. We're like, no, this person's really famous. I'm going to go through again. We were completely overwhelmed with the feedback that we had. That's just people around our garden, and that's our students talking to people about the members of the public about our garden. We spoke on the first day from 9 o'clock in the morning non-stop until 2 o'clock when it rained. And then we went home that night and I put this booklet together because we just could not get around talking to people. It was amazing. And then we won a gold award for our garden. And we also won the People's Choice Award for the best beautiful border. And then, because the story didn't end there, then our garden then was transported. Our plants and our design were shared with the Lake School in Windermere, which is on the site of the Kalgarth estate where the Windermere boys arrived when they came from Prague. And so on August the 14th this year, which was 80 years since their first arrival, the memorial garden using our plants and our design was opened on Lake Windermere by the Windermere boys and girl. And there we are in the news as well. It was in lots of newspapers as well. And that's it. And I've just about fit it in, I think. And those are my details. If you want to know more, then please speak to me during the day because I could have spoken here for an hour, if not longer, about it.
What a really meaningful and beautiful way to bring the community together. And I think it really shows the power of education and particularly what we can do as a team as well. So it's a really nice moment there. Can you remember, please, to post on socials today? We are #TTRHums. And if you can share that live sign up link as well, you will then get the recording of everything afterwards as well. We're going to take a short pause here. We're well aware that this is quite a long session this morning and that equally there is so much to think about. So we're going to take 5 minutes. So if you need the loo, want to grab a coffee, all of those things, if you can be back here in 5 minutes time. And remember to visit our amazing sponsors, Carousel, Jigsaw, Classroom 42, Time Travel and Hachette. Yeah, there you go, before you think.
You said this speaker's range. Yeah, it was fine. It was a case of we're not. Yeah. No, it makes sense.
Yeah, because everybody in here Sit back down, please. So let's have a quick look. I have spotted a posse of RE teachers. Who are the other RE teachers in the house today? Give us a hands up so you can all see each other. Who are the geographers? Oh, a little geography massive over there. And history. Yeah. The history are the ones who literally have nothing better to do with their time, aren't they? Yeah, we're all here. So. Yes. Claire is just saying, if you haven't yet requested your refund, please see Claire and she will sort that out for you. Thank you for all the social media. We can see that is going out at the moment. So all lowercase, hashtag TTR hums, and sign those things. So our next one is going to be is Jess talking to us about extracurricular opportunities. I love an extracurricular club. I'm running Classics Club where I am at the minute, and we're spending the whole half term looking at gladiators. So I'm really excited to get some inspiration from Jess. So over to you.
Hi, I'm Jess. I am a history teacher by training, and I used to be head of history at Camborne Village College, but it wasn't far south enough for me, so I've moved to Reading, where I'm from, and I'm now head of humanities there at a brand new school called River Academy. We only have year 7 and 8, which is delightful, and talking to some of you about your GCSE classes, I am really excited for that in a few years' time, but I'm also loving just having the focus on Key Stage 3 at the moment. So I only have about 360 pupils at the moment. And today I want to talk about how we can enrich our humanities through the extracurricular. And as you mentioned, I love extracurricular. I think it's great, but often it's seen as a bit of a bolt-on and isn't often something that people are focusing on. So why is it important? Well, year after year, we see these really depressing headlines in the news about the so-called death of the humanities, numbers decreasing at GCSE, at A-level, and at university. And it's really bleak, actually, and quite depressing for us to be reading in the headlines all the time. And I think I'm speaking to the converted here with a load of humanities teachers when we say we know how valuable the humanities are. We know why our pupils should be studying it. And I think the curriculum kind of theorist speaker, Ruth Ashby, sums it up really well when she talks about the value that curriculums can play in a pupil's lives. And in particular, how powerful humanities curriculums can be as a provider of knowledge for its own sake and for absolutely everyone. And I think that's presumably what everyone in this room also thinks. And I think we've come a long way in the humanities. Again, this conference is testimony to the hard work that people have been doing to help booster their curriculums, make sure that they are fantastic. And I think we see this year after year when you have your parents' evenings or your open evenings, and you get parents or carers come up to you and just say, it's so much better now. I wish I could have studied that when I was at school. I wish I was in those lessons. And I think, again, that's just testament to the hard work that people have been doing across the humanities. So how else can we sort of booster the humanities? I do think one way could be the extracurricular. And I think one way to maybe consider how to do that is to not view it as a bolt-on, but to really think about how can those enrichment or extracurricular opportunities complement and extend what you're doing with your curriculum, but also be part of those departmental values that you're coming up with. So as I mentioned, I'm a new school. Last year, I was the only humanities teacher. This year, I have another person, so there's 2 of us. And between us, these are the kind of values that we have come up with so far to kind of guide us through the next few years of our curriculum planning. Now, I think all of these could be applicable in terms of your extracurricular as well. But as I only have 10 minutes, I'll kind of think about these 2 for today and try and give you some examples of what we've done. And hopefully some of you will have some questions or want to talk about some exciting ideas when we go to the pub later. So I'll start off with a sense of place. As I mentioned, I'm in a new school, which is really weird because it's kind of like Hogwarts where there's forbidden floors and you can't go to parts of it and you're trying to get to know everyone. So building a sense of place and community within that school is really, really important. But also we have a real diverse range of pupils, lots of which are quite new to the Reading area. So making sure that not only are they feeling the community in their school, but also in their local surrounding area and building that sense of place, we think is really, really vital. I've taken some quotes here from one of my favourite teaching history articles, and the amazing late Helen Snelson, who spoke about how much power trips can have for pupils in terms of deepening their understanding of a place and, again, building those connections in those communities. So with this in mind, and with absolutely no relation to what Deborah just spoke about, we came up with a trip called My Hometown Trip, which maybe I need to rename now. But the idea here is that our pupils can gain an essence and an understanding of that local area. So this, the idea of this was to have a whole year group, year 7, off timetable for the day, and to allow our pupils the chance to explore their local area and make some meaningful connections that also was closely linked to what we were studying within our curriculum. So, for example, within history, we were looking at a local history unit of the story of Reading. We took them to the museum and they completed some activities there. Okay. Within geography, I'm not a geography specialist, so sorry if I butcher this, but our geography teacher was leading on sort of like a geographical survey of the high street and thinking about what's happening there, but also looking at links to globalization and migration within the area as well, and thinking about how wonderfully diverse our high street is. And within RPE or RS, we were looking at how many lovely kind of local sites of worship there are in the area. So this only worked because we were able to convince our SLT to have a whole day of timetable. So the students completed a rotation of activities completely free of charge as well. So we were able to make sure that there was no cost to this in terms of our accessibility for pupils, and clear links to that curriculum. And what I particularly enjoyed about this trip is everywhere we went, the students could revisit on their own, or they could take their families there. And we've had lots of our pupils say, "Oh, miss, I've gone back to the museum in Reading with my granddad." I'm like, "Oh, that's great." So this idea of also not only showing them how it links to what we're doing in school, but showing them that they can explore the humanities in their own time as well. The second value that I think is really important, not just in our humanities department, but as a school, is about providing opportunities for absolutely everyone, regardless of their financial background or their prior attainment. And I think this quote in particular really struck a chord with me when I was doing my teacher training, because I think it kind of shows and sums up that idea that school doesn't just end on that last buzzer on a Friday afternoon. Schools are really there as central hubs of the community. Even when we're closing the summer, I think there's a real element of the schools being that central community. And this quote is from a man called Henry Morris. He was the chief education officer in Cambridgeshire during the interwar period. And he was really shocked at the stark divide of the provision of education in the county of Cambridgeshire, where you had a really elite university, but then in the rural areas, you had kids leaving school at like 13 to 15 to go work on the farms. So he was really interested in this idea of the role education can play for everyone throughout all their lives. So he set up the very first village colleges. And the idea is, exactly like I think lots of us view schools are, a hub of the community. And he believed that schools and education should follow you from the cradle to the grave. And he spoke about raising the leaving age of school to be 90. And by that, he meant that you never stop learning. You might leave school, but you should never, ever stop wanting to learn, never stop having those opportunities to learn. So these first village colleges were amazing. You've got a photo there of one of the first village colleges in Linton in Cambridgeshire, where when the school bell ended, adults would come in and they would complete adult education classes like woodwork, or you might go there for your pre and postnatal classes, or sewing or cookery, whatever it might be. Some of them were even like the local post office. So the idea is that everyone in that area had a connection with the school. And I think that's really, really special. And based on this idea, we've come up with our community lectures. This is something I've done in my last school, and I think it just works really well. It's inspired by those values of Henry Morris, where he's saying that everyone should have those opportunities to learn. There should be no entry requirement. There should be no end date to that. So the idea behind these community lectures is that we try and host them once or twice a term. We hold them at our school site, and we open up the doors to absolutely everyone. So we say to our staff, our kids, the parents, the carers, other teachers, and everyone in the local area, come along, come see what is happening. They're deliberately academic, so we invite university lecturers from all over to come in and give a talk on whatever their specialism is. So yes, there are links within our curriculum, but it's not always closely matched. And actually, that's part of the point. We're trying to show our kids that, a curriculum is a selection of choices. We can't cover everything. There's so much more to that. And as much as I would love to talk about the role of pets in ancient Greek life, I literally don't have the time to do that. So come along and learn this. And I think it's also really special to have these lecturers come in and give these talks on slightly different areas to not only extend their thinking, make them realize how much more there is, but we're also showing our students that we don't know everything, and that's okay. We're modeling that we are still learners too. And that process doesn't end when you've got your GCSE or your A level. It's something that hopefully stays with you for life. Our students run the room in the sense that they are the ones that show you to your seat. They're the ones who lead the little intros. I help them a little bit. They do the thank yous. They lead the questions. But really, the events are theirs. They run it. So far, it's been quite a success, and hopefully we can continue doing that. Now, I think I've been probably quicker than 10 minutes. I'm quite a quick, nervous. Oh, okay. It's probably nerves, but I could talk about this like all day. I've got loads of other examples. And if you do want to have a chat, I know you mentioned classics. We're currently doing a really cool extracurricular opportunity with the world leading expert in Roman board games. So that's a good one. But hopefully there's just a few ideas here to make you think about how your extracurricular can complement your curriculum. It can help pupils realize that there's more to that. They can challenge it, but also they can serve some of those department values. It's not just a bolt on. It's not just a fun day out or a day out of school, but ultimately it's helping kids realize the joy of humanities and also the very many different paths that it can take you on. Thank you.
Well done, Jess. That was brilliant. Yeah, leave that for someone else. I don't know about you guys, but actually the theme of community that's really coming out today is such a really beautiful one. And I think that kind of comes not just through, what we're seeing in terms of schools and the brilliant practice that we're seeing, but that community here today. And I don't know about you, but I always feel like a humanities faculty is a very special place. Like it is the faculty that other people are like, oh, I'd quite like to go and hang out with them. And I think like that really is being shown today. And the things that we can do in terms of raising those aspirations and the accessibility for all, like I think really beautiful thing. So thank you so much for all of those things. Just a reminder to make sure that in order to be in our prize draw, you need to make sure that you have filled out your little amazingly designed sponsor card. So please make sure you go and see Carousel, Jigsaw, Classroom 42, Time Travel and Hachette Learning today, and keep posting those little updates for everyone online as well. We are going to bring it back now to our main theme for the day with Azan, who is going to come and speak to us partially from a religious studies lens, but also bringing it round into the humanities as well about debating climate in the classroom. A big welcome for Azan, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are all doing well. Lovely to meet you all. My name is Azan, and I'm today going to talk a little bit about kind of using debate and oracy as a focus, particularly around teaching climate in the classroom. And whilst my lens is focused on religious education, it can apply across a number of different humanities subjects. I actually trained as a history teacher, but RE is kind of my specialism, so I've kind of got a bit of a dip into other things. I mean, not yet the geography yet, but maybe at some point. So today we'll kind of talk a little bit about why oracy matters. I'm sure I'll be preaching to the converted there. A little bit about oracy and debate specifically for religion and worldviews, and also activities and some strategies that you can take away and maybe use and apply in your classrooms. So a little bit about me. I teach at a school called Plashet School in East Ham. And just a bit of context about the school. It's in an area where the student population is around 98% Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Sri Lankan and Indian, so South Asian backgrounds. A large majority of those are from Muslim and Hindu backgrounds, and then we've got other minorities in the schools as well. And that makes it very interesting because particularly when we're taking an approach of teaching oracy and debate, I find particularly at least our students initially are quite nervous and anxious and not necessarily prepared to put their hand up and suggest ideas. And when you suddenly thrust upon them this idea that they've got to start debating and arguing with each other, I mean, we've got to get over the first hurdle of even putting your hand up to suggest an answer. So how do we do that in ways and using activities that get students to engage in an effective way? I also used to, I kind of worked across the, call it the debating circles. So I used to work for an organization called DebateMate, which provides kind of debate clubs across the country. That I think they work in Manchester in particular, but in London, Birmingham, Liverpool, and outside of those regions as well. And I do debate coaching, and I work as an education consultant. So just a bit about my background, just to help provide you some context. So what is oracy? I'm sure everybody has got a good sense of what it means. The way that I would define it is as an ability to articulate ideas, develop understanding, and engage with others through spoken language. But I want to hear from you about why you think it matters. Why do you think it's useful? I'm sure it's a word that you've heard a lot, but for your classrooms and for your lessons, why do you feel like it matters? So I'll give you about 30 seconds to have a quick discussion, and then I'd love to hear very quickly from all of you what your thoughts are. Okay, so we'll probably gather our ideas again now. So unless anybody's willing to put their hands up, I always say this to my students, put your hand up. Otherwise, I'm just going to point at someone, and you can save yourselves the fear of that. So maybe you'd like to share some ideas? Right at the back there, yes, please. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think the point that you make there about the fact that no matter what your background is, you need to be able to articulate effectively is so important, particularly as I'm going to talk about this, about the gap that we see between students from different backgrounds and how being able to articulate and speak in a particular manner can translate to benefits later on in life. I saw a hand there as well. Hmm. Absolutely. I think there's so much rich information that we can gather from talk, right? And often, to get bogged down in the writing and proving that students are making progress. But there's so much that we can learn from hearing students and hearing what they have to say and giving them that opportunity to express themselves. So I think that aligns very much with some of the things that I'm kind of saying why oracy matters. Of course, there are national curriculum requirements for spoken language that are across different subject areas as well. So that's a kind of basic point that all of us will know. There's also lots of research that demonstrates that oral language interventions are highly effective. So the Education Endowment Foundation did a research that found 75% of children who persistently experience poverty arrive at school below average in language development. And through a series of oral language interventions, they found that they were able to make 6 months worth of progress through using these interventions. So there's clearly benefits, particularly in a post-COVID era, a post-COVID world, and the effects of that we're still feeling today with students. So having these sorts of oral language interventions or oracy-based interventions can really help us to make that difference as well. And we've spoken briefly about the disadvantage gap, that students from particular backgrounds are more likely to feel confident and able to speak, and that if we don't address that gap, we don't address that problem, it will lead to later issues and can continue. So it's something that we definitely want to cover. So with regards to religion and worldviews in particular, why is it important? We've just mentioned that point about opportunities for self-expression. That's absolutely an important one. As classrooms get more and more diverse, we need to be able to see and be able to speak to each other in an effective way. And I think for me, I've been thinking a lot about how in the current climate of the internet and social media and the way that our discussions are going, more and more people are ending up in camps. And I think that's a really worrying problem. And particularly the humanities has got the ability to be able to tackle that early on and say, okay, well, it's okay for you to have this particular opinion, but for your opinion to be good or effective or expressed well, you need to be able to engage with another side as well. And it's really important that we try and bring that along so that we don't end up with generations of students who just have their viewpoint, they stick into their echo chamber and they just stay there. And so that's why, particularly for R&W, but for humanities more broadly, I think it's very important. Brings us on to the point of handling contentious topics. There are so many things that students are engaging with now. And I think just as general, I feel that young people are engaged with the news or issues in the world so much more than even when I was younger. You know, I didn't have an awareness of issues in the same way that young people do. What format or medium they're getting that through is a bit worrying, but that's why we need to be able to, you know, use these activities effectively. There's also a point here about kind of bringing the difference between debating and arguing, right? So rather than having young people say, this is my viewpoint, and then someone else goes, well, this is my viewpoint, and never the twain shall meet, right? It's actually getting them to engage with each other critically and to debate and to accept, okay, well, this is what I think. I understand where you're coming from. This is why I don't necessarily agree with that particular point as well. And of course, I think in the long term as well, for developing skills for GCSE, particularly in R&W, there's a real important focus on evaluative skills. And that's across the humanities. And I think developing these skills will help us to, you know, in the long term, on a basic level, hopefully achieve better results. And a final point that I want to make here, which is there's a kind of increasing a number of discussions about the differences between something called debate and dialogue. And there's been a number of different researchers that have talked about this idea of dialogue and introducing dialogic approaches in the classroom. It's something that I really support as well. So that my friend Will Ord, who I'm going to kind of share some of his resources, talks about this idea of dialogue rather than, say, debate. My personal view is that I think debate's a really good way to get into the discussions around oracy, because it gives students a really clear way of understanding, okay, side A, side B. But in the long run, what we want to get them towards is from debate to dialogue, to be able to critically engage and understand different viewpoints. But it starts with that binary before it moves into something a bit more kind of open. So there are lots of challenges that I think that might emerge from when we're teaching particularly environmental issues. And again, I just want to hear a couple of thoughts that you might have about teaching some of those environmental issues. So quick 30 seconds discussion. What are some of the issues that you find when you're teaching things like environmental issues within the classroom? So 30 seconds, off you go. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so just in the interests of time, I'm going to have to bring you back again. So I'll just take one or two suggestions on some of the challenges that you might face when teaching environmental issues. So anybody want to suggest something? Yep, at the front. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that is definitely going to be a big challenge. And I think, again, we talked earlier about the internet and about how, you know, that spread of misinformation means that it can be very difficult. And again, this is why I think these sorts of activities allow us to engage with that information. It's not saying immediately, okay, well, any evidence that you've seen online is completely wrong and, you know, therefore you don't know what you're talking about. It's actually saying, okay, let's take on this information that you've given us, let's engage with it critically and see whether or not the conclusions that we can draw are good ones, right? So a couple of things that I've talked about, you know, you mentioned this lack of understanding or deep knowledge, both for students and for teachers. You know, I think there can be a lack of understanding that we have around some of these issues, and it can be important to do that. And through the lens of using oracy and debate, we can effectively try and build that knowledge. Often there can be feelings of apathy, powerlessness. I feel this often, where I feel like whenever I talk about the environment, that ultimately there's not really a lot that I can do personally. And actually having these discussions and using those discussions allow students to express that feeling of maybe there isn't anything that I can do. But actually to turn that into something, actually, no, maybe there is something that I can do. It's relevant to subjects like religion and worldviews, and there's also cross-curricular interests as well. And it also allows us to think about some of the political and cultural sensitivities that we've got in the world today to be able to do these things as well. I've put a couple of different solutions, so how debating and oracy specifically might challenge these particular problems. So, for example, you know, students need to be able to develop and understand their understanding to argue effectively. In order to be able to make a good point, to be able to argue your case, you need to have good evidence and knowledge. So again, introducing debate requires you to do that. Debating and arguing about an issue feels like a step towards some solution. It doesn't feel, it doesn't fix the problem, or, you know, it doesn't remove the powerlessness, but it feels like maybe I'm making some sort of progress or step towards these things. Providing different perspectives allows us to address some of those issues. And it's a structured way in particular, and this is something that I'm going to come on to, which is using these sorts of debate and oracy activities is a structured way to actually begin discussing these issues rather than just sort of put your hands up, what do you think, kind of moving around the classroom. It's structured ways to try and do these sorts of activities. Now, if I said to you, you now have 10 minutes to come up with a 3-minute speech on the following topic, hands up who would feel confident doing that. So yeah, no hands up, okay? And the reason I make this point is because often when we introduce debate as a concept, what can happen is we say, okay, let's do a debate. And you then say, okay, but for students, there's a lot. It's a very difficult thing to get everything together to begin doing that, right? So how do you progress, scaffold, and do it in a way that allows students to get to that point? Well, lots of different activities that you can use. So I've got a range of different activity suggestions here. And when you then later look at the slides, I've also got some explanations here of how to do some of these activities. Normally when I do this session, I like to actually run the activities, but what I'll do today is during the networking break, if you'd like to come and see me, I'd be very happy to run like an example activity, and we can go through and you can see how to actively do some of these activities in your lessons as well. But when you take a look at the slides, you can see some examples that are there. The other things that you can do is always introduce some interesting statements. So I like kind of bringing up some slightly controversial statements and getting students to think about them. So things like Muslims cannot advocate for animal rights if they also celebrate Eid al-Adha. Interesting one. So, and again, getting students to think about both possible sides. Religious organizations have less responsibility than the government to help the planet. All those sorts of things can be really interesting as well. So key takeaways that I'm going to just leave there before I finish up is particularly around some of those tips and strategies. It's really important that you don't jump right into the deep end. You sequence these different activities as you go along. You introduce these structured activities, ensure that you've set up the behavior well for that as well, because these activities can be really exciting and also cause a lot of passion. But as long as you've set up in the right way, then students will be able to engage with it effectively. And yeah, feel free to kind of take a look through lots of activities. There's loads of really great free resources online where you can find a lot of these activities, and I'll put some suggestions there. Please definitely take a look at them, and they're linked in the slides as well. And feel free to get in touch if you've got any questions. So thank you very much.
The same goes for all our speakers today. We've purposefully built in networking time throughout the day. They are all very happy to talk to you about anything that they have raised. So please do go and have those conversations, try and build it forward. We know that one of the things is you come and you take in lots of information, but you don't necessarily have time to think about it. So we have tried to build in a bit of that thinking time today as well. So we are now going to move on to John in the first, he's doing 2 talks for us today, and we are going to look at understanding pre-writing activities. Please feel free to rustle your packets and get your sweets out. I know it is getting towards lunchtime. We're nearly there, people, but feel free to snack. We're okay. Thank you very much, John.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, everybody's trying to get some sweets in early. So this session's had like 3 different names. It's had pre-writing activities, understanding educational research linked to writing, and then now the one that I'm actually going to put on the screen is reclaiming disciplinary writing. Hopefully they attend to all 3 of those aims, and I'll get to speak about all of them. So when it comes to reclaiming disciplinary writing, another one of those buzz terms that we have in education at the minute, I think there's some good news and some bad news to frame the start of the session. The good news is that I think the repertoire of strategies that teachers need in order to improve pupils' disciplinary writing are strategies that are largely already familiar to teachers. So pre-writing activities like word banks, sentence stems, paragraph structures, models, success criteria. I think potentially the bad news is that we could take any one of those strategies, give them to 2 different teachers. They'll use them in 2 completely different ways. One in a way that supports pupils' disciplinary writing in our subjects, and one that really might not help. So that frames the problem that I'm going to try and make a dent in the next 10 minutes. Before I jump in, there we go. I'm going to define some of the terms that I'm going to use. So have a read, and then I'll elaborate on the purple ones. So by encounters, and a few people have actually used this phrase already today in their presentations. By encounters, I mean every teacher explanation, every extract, every model, everything we ever give to pupils when they encounter our subjects is designed to build their knowledge. That one's pretty simple. So a concept of quality is what pupils think good looks like in our subject areas. And one of the benefits of going to university for 3 years to study the subjects that we then teach is that we get that access to the very best thinking, the very best speaking, the very best writing in our subject areas. And then we use that knowledge in our planning to try and make these complex ideas more accessible to our pupils. We know that the majority of the pupils that study our subjects with us are novices, which means that they lack the prior knowledge to be able to access abstract concepts. I'll give you a history example. An abstract, and we saw them before actually, people had listed them out in their curriculum, so we're quite familiar with this. But an abstract concept in history is like monarchy, and then it's our job as teachers to backwards plan from that abstract concept and give pupils smaller, more specific, meaningful encounters with something like Henry VIII's kingship. We would teach Henry VIII over 5 to 6 lessons, and we're hoping by the end of it to be able to ask the question, so what type of monarch was Henry VIII? Was he different or similar to monarchs before him? And here we can see the process of teachers taking an abstract concept and trying to make it more concrete and meaningful for their pupils. And I think when it comes to disciplinary writing, teachers have started to try to do the same thing. They're trying to make disciplinary writing more concrete and meaningful for their pupils when they use phrases like this. I used to use the exact same phrase for years until I read a Jim Carroll blog that posed this really simple question that changed the way that I think about it. Now, this links really nicely to Deborah's point before about how important it is to be able to name something, because when we can name it, it becomes a more concrete and meaningful encounter. If we can't name it, then we're probably going to struggle with that. So, what this question helped me realize is that if writing like a historian means that I, on my own, away from my pupils, is going to summarize the very broad strokes that historians use when they write, the very broad phrases, words, and a structure that also links to my exam board. And I'm going to capture that in a set of supports that I put on my display board, that I glue in the pupils' books, and that I whip it out every single time pupils write. I am not giving them a nameable, concrete, meaningful encounter with a geographer like David Attenborough, or a historian, or a theologian if you're studying religious studies. And whilst we can get quite a lot from this like quite short question, I think if we play it through an unrealistic and quite silly scenario, we can get even more from this. So have a read, and bear with me, it does have an important point. Can we see that at the back, guys, or should I read it out loud? You can see it? No, read it. Okay. So I hate reading to people when it's on the screen, but it is quite small. So Mike is a humanities teacher. He has a timetable of geography, religious studies, and history. Budgets have been cut, and he's received questionable teacher training. The only texts he has access to are the horrible histories, horrible geography, and the boring Bible. And he doesn't see a problem with this at all, which speaks to that questionable teacher training that he might have received. In fact, by the end of year 9, he hopes all pupils can write engaging essays and accounts, just like Terry Deary and his team of award-winning authors. Just for context, Terry Deary is the author and editor of the series that we see down the right-hand side. So let's have a think about how this plays out in the classroom. Mike organizes his topics expertly, carefully choosing sections of the text to build his lesson around. He ensures pupils have all the knowledge and vocabulary they need to access these texts. As a class, they pore over a range of horrible texts, having deep discussions about the choices behind the author's examples, language, structure, and style. When he's sure that they fully understand the topic and the text, he sets them up with a challenging writing activity to produce their own horrible essays. The pupils are clear on what's expected of them and confident with their new knowledge, partly thanks to Mike's writing scaffolds and supports. They co-construct those supports together. So, to be fair to Mike here in his questionable teacher training, he set up a concrete and meaningful encounter with a specific text that rightly or wrongly he thinks will lift the level of pupil thinking. He's then built his lesson around it to the point that pupils are really clear on the choices this specific nameable author has made whilst they've been studying it. And now that they come to write their own and practice their own writing, they're super clear on what's expected. And Mike goes one step further. He makes sure that these writing frames support all those pre-writing activities that I mentioned at the start are co-constructed with their pupils. Let's have a look at those and what they could look like in practice. Pay attention to the red. So, if we think about the red, one of the key takeaways from this is that Mike has co-constructed his writing frames with his pupils in a way that showcases choice. The choices that the author has made that they've just studied, the choices that Mike wants them to practice making when they write, and that means that they're super clear on the fact that writing frames do not make choices for pupils done by their teacher in the classroom in their planning. They're done live in lesson so that pupils appreciate the range of choices that they need to make when they write. They don't make the choices for the children. They showcase the choices on offer to them. The second thing that takes them one step further is that these writing frames and supports and word banks reflect the very specific nameable text these pupils have just studied. They are not generic, because when things are generic and we just whip them out every time that we teach a writing activity, we're keeping pupils in the abstract, and we are not giving them those concrete and meaningful encounters that they can draw on when we ask them to do something challenging, like to write historically, to write geographically, or to write theologically. We can't shortcut that process. And that was what I was doing at the early part of my career when I was trying to summarize everything that you could do and then repeat that every time the kids came to write. But what's the problem here? Mike's done quite a lot of good pedagogy, but what's the problem? The problem is the curricular object that he has chosen, the horrible histories, is a narrow set of texts that will not lift the level of pupil thinking. So whilst he's done a good job of teaching it, the thing he's teaching will not lift the level of pupils' thinking. And I think we get the same effect when we overcommit to writing frames. I always have to get like a bit of a dig in at like acronymic, formulaic writing frames. But I think if we overcommit to using these like PED, petal, ideal, all the different things that teachers have created to try and fix problems, it has the effect of narrowing the models that we provide pupils. If we only ever show them petal paragraphs, that has the same effect as only ever showing them horrible histories. It will not lift the level of their thinking. Then, when they come to practice, if the only writing practice they ever get is using the same writing frame from year 7 to year 11, then they don't get to see the choices that people make when they structure their own arguments. Those choices have been made for pupils. So that concept of quality that we mentioned before starts to suffer. And we can't expect pupils to be able to write historically if all we've ever shown them is a really narrow set of texts, whether it's horrible histories or something that attends to petal, peel, ideal, all the different ones that we've got. Okay, so to be super clear on what I'm recommending here that we could do, I think we should see texts as tools to think with, and if we're going to get pupils to think demanding thoughts, we're going to have to show them demanding texts. These unique texts that only our subjects have to offer, that makes it really meaningful to study RE, history, geography, have to provide pupils with concrete, meaningful encounters. And if we can name the person that they're studying, we're probably closer to it being concrete than we are if we're saying something like writing like a historian. Which one are we talking about? So those unique texts are designed to lift the level of our pupil thinking, whilst we co-construct word banks, sentence stems, and writing structures that showcase the choices that we want pupils to make, not made on our own away from our pupils, but modeled to them so they appreciate the choice. So that as the text that we build our lessons around lifts the level of their thinking, the writing supports lift the level of their writing and their decision making. And the whole time being hyper aware that everything we present to our pupils shapes their concept of quality, either positively or negatively. And we've got to be really aware of what effect we want it to have on their view of studying history or geography. Ideal paragraphs, petal paragraphs, peel paragraphs will make pupils think, if it's their only experience of text and models, it will make them think a good essay is PEE in history, when that's not the case. It's been over-applied, in my opinion. If you want to see me put my money where my mouth is and offer a really concrete and meaningful encounter with a text that I think can lift the level of our pupils' thinking, come and see my Holy Wells session this afternoon, where I'm going to read a story to you as if I was reading to pupils, and I think it can help you get a concrete idea of what I mean by this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, John was so keen to speak that he's doing it twice. So we are literally going to take 2 minutes and 2 minutes only while we just set up for our lovely sponsors to come and speak to you. And then once we have done sponsors, it will be time for lunch, networking, and filling those stamp cards. We haven't had any filled in yet, so make sure you do that. 2 minutes. Hello, to me. Put your names on them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, look, it's beautiful, isn't it? All these filled in ones. Right, guys, I know we're all keen for lunch, so we are going to get started with our first sponsor of the day, or no, second, because we've already had the lovely Selena from Jigsaw. So thank you very much. See, signal, pause, insist. Brilliant. So we are going to start with Carousel today. I'm setting most of my homeworks with Carousel these days, so let's hear what they can offer us.
Thank you. I'm Chris. I'm head of customer at Carousel. Start with an apology, which is that my suitcase that contained most of our merch stayed behind in Belfast while I made it here. So despite spending most of yesterday at Manchester Airport, which unless you're a train spotter is not as much fun as it sounds, I don't have our Carousel whiteboard pens, and I know that some of you are here just for those. But if you do want one, come and speak to us and we'll send you one. And if you don't want one, come and speak to us anyway, and we'll give you something else. So I'm head of customer. My colleague Ben's going to be talking briefly about Carousel teaching at the end. But I want to start with a question. So hands up if in an ideal world you had all the time to be able to keep a complete retrieval practice record for every class you teach and easily choose questions, retrieval questions based on what that record was telling you. Like, who would like that in their life? Of course you do. Well, the good news is Carousel makes that happen. So everyone thinks of Carousel, actually, just for, I get that, as a homework platform, I think, in the main, if you think about it at all. But actually, one of the mainstays of Carousel that makes the homework work is using Carousel for your Do Now retrieval starters. If you notice, one of our strap lines is uniting classwork and homework. And what we have is a system that allows you to make sure that those questions are coming up again. The kids are seeing them in both homework and in the do nows. And that's really important for two reasons. Number one, it's how you get that spaced repetition. You get full curricular coverage, revisiting the questions that it's important to revisit. But at the same time, and this is in some senses the more important part, it gives homework a concrete purpose that the kids can see and understand. So instead of telling them, guys, you need to do your homework on whatever because it's going to be useful in your exams in 18 months, which, like, come on, to a teenager, you may as well tell them it's going to be useful for their pension pot, right? For all that's going to motivate them. Instead, you create a feedback loop that says, you do your homework, you're going to come into class, and as soon as you walk in the door, you're going to see the retrieval starters. There's 6 on the board, and you know the answer to 5 of them because you recognize them from the homework. And that's one of the key planks that makes Carousel effective. So I want to show you really quickly in this video how quick it is to set up a retrieval starter, a do now from scratch, based on feedback data that will, that didn't play. It's not going to play. Can we make it play? Can you click on it? Just click in the screen. It should hopefully. No, I want to play. Oh, it's in Google Slides. Ironic. I moved it from Google Slides to PowerPoint because that's what we used last year. Anyway, you can set it up really easily from scratch. Like this video takes 45 seconds to go from selecting 3 questions manually, prereq knowledge for today's lesson that you want them to be really secure in before you move on. Secondly, then moving on to use Carousel's C-score data, which we've gathered from either their do nows in the past and also from previous homeworks, to select a selection of questions from previously studied topics that the data says it's time for them to revisit. And that's what that does. Let's see, is it going to magically appear? It's only 45 seconds. I'm scared to click anything in case I break it. Hurrah! Right, so I'm choosing my geography question bank, Carousel Geography. More about that anon. This is the topic we're doing at the moment. 3 questions, prereq knowledge, go in, manually select them, make sure they're secure before we can access today's lesson. And then I just want 5 questions from all the topics we've studied up to date, which happen to be these 3 here. 5 questions. I add the class. It pulls up their C-score data, which is the strength of our recommendations. I put on a filter with a minimum of 8, choose at random, confirm my selection. That's it, done. I don't need to review those 5 questions from the previously studied topics because I trust the system and I'm using it regularly. And there we have it up on the boards. We can reveal the answers one by one. In Carousel Platinum, which is for departmental or school-wide use, we have these natty sliders where you can record how the class have done. Okay, guys, show me your whiteboards, 3, 2, 1, or hands up everyone who got this one right. It's logging this question today for this class with this average score, feeding back into that data. So when you go in the future to select new set new homeworks or new whiteboard quizzes, it's going to be more accurate, richer, making sure they're getting in front of their eyes the questions that they need to see. Take a further step back. Where do the questions come from? Well, you've got the Carousel community, which is our collection of question banks, which are the beating heart of Carousel, which have either been shared by teachers, which are the yellow ones you can see here, or QA'd, quality assured content from one of ourselves or one of our content partners. So we have John Catt, which is now Hachette Learning, represented here. There's literally hundreds of question banks there across all exam boards. You will find something for your needs there. They're all editable, so you can make them match your exact spec. Similarly for history, one of the things I like is these are ranked, by the way, in, I don't like using the word popularity, but in terms of which have been most used by other teachers. So you can see Mrs. Luscombe is doing great work. She has the 3 most popular history question banks in Carousel. We've got John Catt there as well. John Catt do the same topics, and Mrs. Luscombe's are preferred. I'm not going to say too much about that, in case Claire gets annoyed. And finally, if we look at geography, you'll see something different. We have these orange question banks. Now, these have been produced by us, covering AQA and Edexcel GCSE specs. They've been written by Mark Enzer, Kate Stockings, and Ben Rankin. And the great news is we are coming out with the equivalent QA'd GCSE Edexcel and AQA RE question banks coming later this term. Keep your eyes peeled for those. And we have goodies, even if not pens. So you can get 1 year of Carousel Gold for just £35. That gives you access to the homework quizzes, the whiteboard quizzes, except those lovely little sliders, and those premium question banks. You don't have to pay extra. You just have to be a paying customer. And finally, if you're interested, we can get you £100 off a departmental account, or school-wide even, using that code, TTR100. If you want that in more detail, come see us. And if you want to book a demo to find it in a little bit less rushed and a little bit more detail, please scan that QR. They're on everything. Come and talk to us. And I'm going to hand over to Ben for 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm Ben, and I head up the newest part of Carousel, which is Carousel Teaching. So I worked in schools for 11 years as a history specialist, and we launched in September Carousel Teaching, which is an online professional development platform designed to make teachers better at teaching. So I'm going to start by actually telling you a little story. It's very short. So supposedly, during the Apollo missions, when they were trying to put a man on the moon, if a meeting got bogged down in detail, or someone brought up a point that might not have been quite relevant, supposedly the lead engineers would say, will this help us to put a man on the moon? And if the answer to that question was no, the idea was just dropped. And I think we can ask a similar question about our CPD. Will this make me a better teacher tomorrow? And too often, teachers feel that the answer to that is no. So we have built a platform to try to tackle classroom improvement. And we focus on concrete, practical steps that teachers can do the very next day to become a more effective teacher. And we've not just made it up. We use footage of teachers teaching in a school in London. This is an ordinary school. It's not a Michaela school. It's not a startup school. It doesn't have silent corridors, for example. But it's a really highly effective school. Now, just a few years ago, this school was massively underperforming. And now, because of a relentless focus on teaching and learning, their outcomes are amazing. They're in the top 20 schools in the country. And we use videos of these teachers teaching to give a model of what amazing practice looks like. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a really short video, if it works, which might not happen, of Jack teaching geography. I don't know if there's any sound. Don't worry if not, I'll just talk, it's fine. So this is Jack starting off his lesson, sort of classic lesson start, meet and greet at the door. And this 16-second clip, we've got a lot going on. But when I started working for Carousel, I was also the head of history at a school in Hampshire. And I thought our lesson starts were pretty good. I thought they were pretty strong. And then we watched Jack's lesson start. There's an extended sequence, about 5 minutes. And Jack, just at the end of this clip, he puts his hand across the door and he says, oh, just hang on a second, Harrison. And what he's doing is he's regulating the entrance. He's stopping the number of pupils coming into a room at one time to try to minimize the noise and disruption. Now, we introduced this across our department, and the starts to lesson were immeasurably improved by that. So our platform is all about small, concrete things that you can do the very next day to make you a better teacher. And just to whiz through, we are 50% off for September. And for everyone here, if you mention TTR Humanities, if you do want to get in contact with us, we'll hold that 50% offer till the 20th of October. And you can come over, scan a QR code, and everyone in this room can have access to one of our individual courses completely free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you can see our sponsors are really dedicated to supporting everyone here. So we're going to hand swiftly on to Hachette, who are going to come and talk to you. And as you know, so kindly already mentioned by our other sponsors, John Catt is now Hachette, and I know lots of us will have heard of them.
Hi there, I'm Will Goodfellow from Hachette Learning. I'm the lead product manager for history, but I'll try and talk about some other subjects as well if I have to. I've just realised I'm the third bald and bearded person, so you don't have to do that to be a sponsor, but yeah, there we go. So this is just to introduce our brand new EdTech Solutions offer. It's called My Smart Revision, and it's actually been it's a finalist for the Teach Secondary Awards for curriculum improvement, so we're really proud about that. And it's essentially offering you a smarter way to study and prepare for exams, all built around personalised revision pathways. So we've got 2 products for history, covering AQA and Pearson EdXL. And then for geography and RS, religious studies A, we've got AQA. So this is really built around, at the heart of it lies this engine of adaptive learning. And we've partnered with a company called Area 9 Lyceum, who are really big in the edtech space. And it's really about, again, that sort of buzzword, that metacognition. But students have an opportunity to really think about their answers and also assess how confident they are with their answers. And that will actually inform what content they see, what questions they get asked. So really, it is a very personalized learning journey. Obviously available in all, whether it be on your phone, so students can do it on the bus on the way to school, but also tablets and their laptops. It's really sort of bite-sized learning chunks as well. Like we all know about how sort of attention spans at the moment. But it very much, as I say, that metacognition, and you can see those icons there, the green face, yellow face, red face. It's all about, do I know this? Am I comfortable with this knowledge? Have I just guessed the answer? So it's really getting students to reflect on what they know, what they think they know, what they don't know. And if I fast forward, again, lots of exam practice in there as well. So opportunities for self-assessment. And all this data is tracked, so students can see their progress. They can identify their own gaps in their knowledge, but the teachers can do that as well. So yeah, feel free to scan the QR code to learn more about My Smart Revision. I'm around today, or you could chat to Claire at the Hachette Learning stand as well. We'd be more than happy to talk to you further about that. And yep, obviously we've got the EdTech solutions, but don't worry, we've still got our print as well. And we've got some new resources just to reflect the spec updates. So with the religious studies, we've got an updated version of our textbook and revision guide. You may be aware of the Pearson Excel history. You've got some assessment changes which were brought in, and now some tweaks to the content. So again, we've updated our revision guide, and then you've got the updated 4th edition of Edexcel Geography. With our Key Stage 3 Geography, Progress in Geography offer, we're constantly updating new material with our Boost platform. So there are new video explainers, new interviews with geographers, a curriculum handbook. So yeah, do go online and see the huge variety of resources we've got there to help teachers and students with geography teaching at Key Stage 3. Okay, you probably, if you've seen me before at conferences, then you'll know that this is very much my baby. I've been working on this for like over 6 years. I'm pleased to say that the first 2 books, Connected Worlds and Expanding Worlds, are already out. I'm busy working on the Fragile Worlds book, which is out next year. And this has been an absolute game changer in terms of getting kids really engaged with history at Key Stage 3. We've had kids who just sort of completely switched off, don't care, and they're actually now loving history. They're taking the books home to read. They're secretly turning over the pages at the end of lessons to finding out what happens next in the stories. So it's brilliant to see. But yeah, obviously Christine Council, say no more. It's rigorous but super accessible, and yeah, I could chat about it for days. We've also got CPD offers as well. What is geography teaching now? Came out yesterday. And then we've got the secondary history in action as well, if you're really looking to up your game when it comes to history teaching. And then we do actually have online courses as well with our Hachette Learning Academy. So yeah, online learning modules there. But yeah, if you want to talk to me about anything history, then that's my email up there. My colleague Alison unfortunately couldn't come today, but she is watching online, so I feel like I'm being judged already. Or speak to Claire. We'll sort you out with loads of nice discounts and things like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I won't keep you any longer. Enjoy your lunch.
Still 2 more before lunch, people. So Classroom 42 are now going to come up and have a chat to us about what they do as well. If you've got your teacher voice on.
I'll give it a try. Right, good afternoon, everybody.
It's been a real privilege to be here today at the Digital Humanities Conference. It's been some amazing speakers already. Can I just start with a quick show of hands? Anybody who's part of the book for those that don't know, how many of you or your teams are already? Oh, just for the live stream. Okay, hi. So 3 or 4 weeks into term now, how many of you or your teams are already feeling that the joy of teaching is starting to get buried under the marking piles, endless admin, or the never-ending cycle of assessments? Yeah, quick hand there. You're not alone, and that exact challenge is the reason why Classroom 42 exists. So my name's Sean. I'm the head of education at Classroom 42. I've been a teacher for 15 years, and I've been a head of department for 8 of those. So I know what a 70-hour week feels like. I know what Sunday evenings spent endlessly planning and swallowed up by the marking and assessments is really like. And as my colleagues Tom and Olivia will tell you, Classroom 42 was created out of this exact experience to give teachers time back without sacrificing learning. So what is it? At its core, Classroom 42 is a teaching and learning platform that's been built by teachers for teachers. But the difference is that it uses technology. And yes, it does include artificial intelligence, but always with teachers in control. The aim is not to replace your judgment or your craft, but to enhance it, to take away the repetitive workload and let you focus on the parts of teaching that only a human can do. So let me give you 3 examples. So activity generator, we've all had those moments where you need a quick engaging task, but you don't have time to create one from scratch. With activity generator, you simply choose the topic, the type and the level of difficulty, and in seconds, you've got a ready to use activity. Whether it's a starter, a plenary, or a longer task, it can even be set online and marked instantaneously. So this means less scrambling for resources and more time spent focusing on the learning. AI Examinator. Now, this is our most popular tool. Pupils can complete short or extended exam board specific questions online and get accurate marks and feedback instantly. That mountain of practice essays, for example, and exam questions that usually builds up in the run up to exams, leaving you drowning in marking or sacrificing your evenings to keep up, can now be dealt with in seconds. Students get the timely feedback that they need, and you get your time back too. And finally, Exam Builder. We all know how long it takes to create meaningful assessments, especially when you're trying to balance content coverage, question styles, and the marking. Exam Builder does it for you. It pulls from a high-quality question bank to create custom assessments in minutes. Students complete them digitally and they receive instant detailed feedback, so you can focus on the teaching decisions that follow rather than chasing piles of paper. Now, this is all in addition to a high-quality offering of quizzes, revision cheat sheets, and short videos to support modelling and instruction. And crucially, this isn't just about technology. Every tool is underpinned by sound pedagogy, retrieval practice, adaptive teaching, effective feedback, and metacognition. These are all baked in from the ground up. Now, AI can't control a challenging classroom, or it can't spot when your usually bubbly Year 9 student is in the need of a little bit of a lift in the classroom. But what it can do is it can strip out the repetitive tasks that get in the way of you being at your best. That's how we can make teaching sustainable. And even the Department for Education has highlighted workload as one of the biggest drivers of teachers leaving the profession. And it's pointed to AI as part of the solution. But the message will always remain clear. Teachers' judgment is vital. That's why Classroom 42 is built to keep you in control while saving you hundreds of hours across the year. So we have a simple invitation for you today. Every humanities teacher here can trial Classroom 42 for free for you and your students for the rest of this half term. You will be joining hundreds of teachers and thousands of pupils already seeing the difference to workload, learning and well-being. Please just scan the QR code on the screen or come and see us at the stands after this session. Have a chat with Tom, Olivia and I, and let's talk about how we can help you to be the teacher that you were born to be. Now, thank you for your time, but more importantly, especially with all of the amazing things that I've heard today, thank you for the work you are doing in your classrooms. Together, let's save time, spark curiosity and transform learning with Classroom 42. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yet another big thank you to all of our amazing sponsors today. So just to let you know, it is lunchtime. So thank you so much for all our Teach Meet One contributions, and it's such an inspiring start to the day. It is time for lunch. If you've paid for lunch, please see Claire. If you haven't, then there were some suggestions sent out, but just to kind of let you know, there is a Starbucks like just down the road. About 4 minutes away is a Tesco, and if you fancy, about an 8 minutes walk away is an M&S, which has been trialed by Amber. So these are accurate walking distances, everyone. Bring your lunch back. You take that opportunity to do your networking. Make sure you get your prize draw card filled in by visiting our sponsors, Time Travel Education, Jigsaw Education, Hachette Learning, Carousel Learning, and Classroom 42. I've had some handed in already, but if you're the person who didn't write your name on it, can you please come and do it? And there's a learning opportunity for the rest Should be okay. Brilliant, everyone. Do it without that one. Can you hear for that? Is that okay? No echo. Perfect. Right, so we are going to have it's soon there, isn't it? We are going to have a short video from Time Travel, and then Sergeant Parsons is going to speak to us. Time Travel have sponsored every single one of the history events since we started, and we are always grateful for their continuing support. Thank you very much.
Humanities event. We are time travel education. Humanities event. We specialise in. We are time travel education. We specialise in. We are time travel education.
Excuse me. Right, guys. Those of you who don't there's quite a few familiar faces in here, some friendly faces I recognise from previous trips and schools. My name's Sergeant Parsons. It's my job and my role to visit schools around the country, such as yours, to help pupils in your schools to learn about the subject and the topic of the First World War. When I do so and I deliver the history workshops in your school, all I need from you is a space large enough to accommodate 30 pupils and space large enough to accommodate the scenery, which is 2.3 metres wide by 2 metres high, and a power source. Now, if I'm delivering a Key Stage 2 history workshop in your school, I will start with the road to war, how the war evolves and the road to war, and using the medium through role play. We look at Kitchener's Army, recruiting and training of Kitchener's Army. We then go on to evolution and the evolution of the trenches and trench warfare itself. And instead of us just talking about a trench, the pupils are given the opportunity to put a headset in, or virtual reality headset, and actually look in a trench. We then go on to the evolution of weapon systems that were used, and we'll go on to gas as well. Don't think for a moment I'm going to come to your school and gas your children with phosgene, all right? That doesn't happen, okay? They're given the opportunity to see the evolution and development of weapons and equipment. If we're doing Key Stage 3 and Key Stage 4 specifically, as already been alluded to, if you are studying GCSE, EdXL, History, Medicine through time, and the module of the British sector of the Western Front, injuries and treatment in the trenches, instead of us just talking about the chain of evacuation, the pupils are actually given the opportunity to actually look in that chain. So we're going from the point of wounding to definitive medical care, so from the regimental aid post for the dressing station up to the casualty clearing station. And I'll also touch on medical evolutions that have happened throughout the war as well. We're going to be here now for the rest of the afternoon. If you feel as though you'd like to have a chat and you haven't had the opportunity to speak to us already, please feel free to come over and have a chat with us, and we'll stamp your card for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much yet again to our amazing sponsors who make today possible and mean that actually you can all be here for free today. So to Carousel, Jigsaw, Classroom 42, Time Travel and Hachette, we really do appreciate your ongoing support. So what we're now going to do is something a little bit different. So we're going to have a workshop from Nathan this afternoon. So the idea is that he's going to talk for around 20 minutes and then we're going to have that opportunity to try and put something into practice. One of the things, I love the Teach Meet style of this where we hear from lots of different people, but it is nice to have a little bit of brain space to go, actually, how can we apply that? And so Nathan is very kindly starting us off on this idea with a workshop today. So just a reminder before we start, make sure that you are collecting your stamp cards with your name on and handing them in to me, and we will be drawing that at the end of the day. So please make sure that you do that. So Nathan, over to you.
And then have we got the clicker as well? Perfect.
There we go.
I did consider shaving off all my hair at lunch, but I decided against it. I thought I'd break the trend. But I have had a haircut since that photo there. I also have a microphone, and I never use I know we need it for online, don't we? Yeah. Oh, this is going to put my hands are very talkative, so I'll see what I can do. Right. Before I get to that, so we are going to have a look at more effective approaches that we can use to support writing in the humanities. Now, I feel like a little bit of a fraud because I don't teach history or geography or RS. I'm a maths teacher. But I did politics at university, and my plan was always to go on and teach history or business. But the thing that I found with maths is there's lots of grants, and there's always someone needing a maths teacher. So I fell in love with it, teaching it as well. So I stayed in maths, but my background really comes in sort of humanities, comes in politics, and the work that I do now is across primary, across secondary, and it's a range of different subject areas. So yes, I still work in maths, but I work sort of with schools with English, humanities, science, etc. So before I go any further, we're going to start with a little bit of a game. I've not played this game before. Well, I've generally played this game. You'll see what I mean in a minute. We're going to see how it goes, so just bear with me. We're going to play a little bit of bingo. Now, not using those words there, but I'm going to give you a minute. I want you to write down some of the problems that students have when it comes to writing. We're going to do sort of like a bit of a cliche bingo card of the problems that students have when doing longer extended pieces of writing. And then I'm going to see how many I say in the next 20 minutes. And if there's a winner, I don't have a prize for you, but you'll have pride. Okay? So take a minute. Don't compare you. Don't speak to anyone else because you want different things. You want to win. You want that pride. Okay, so take a minute. What are some of the cliche things that we say around extended writing with students? What are some of the problems that they have? As many as you can. I realise there isn't a second's hand on that clock on the back, so I'll give you about 30 more seconds, and I'll guess when that's over. Teacher seconds, yeah. So we're done. No. Right, I'm going to start to bring us all back together. So hopefully you've got a few things down on your bingo card, and I hope for your sake that I say some of them. Otherwise, you might get quite frustrated over the next 50 minutes. So let me start off by sharing some of the work by Jonathan Firth. If you've not come across Jonathan Firth before, he's an incredible researcher and ex-teacher up in Scotland who has done a huge amount of work around effective writing and how we can develop writing in the classroom and how we can support students with that. So this is where I'm thinking you might have some of those things on your bingo card. So this is what Jonathan says as a context that we have in the classroom when it comes to extended writing. Students have flawed planning, okay? They have flawed planning. They're not very good at planning out their responses to longer pieces of writing. They either go, oh, I don't want to write that much, or they just start writing straight away. Okay, and we've all got those students who they get that longer question and they just start writing straight away. They don't pause to think about it. They've got some ideas and they just start putting them down. So flawed planning is the first issue. And that's the type of student, or the type of student who goes straight on into it. They're like, oh, miss, sir, I'm done. And we go, that's not what the question was asking you to do. You've rushed off into that. You've not paused to think. We've then got this idea of monitoring, okay, of having flawed monitoring. Students not really keeping an eye on their work as they're going along. They just keep writing things down. They keep writing down the next fact they've got, or the next stage in the process, or the next figure that they've remembered, or a quote that they want to include. They just keep writing it down, but they're not pausing to think if their writing is effective. They're not pausing to think about the reader. They're not thinking necessarily about if that's meeting the mark scheme criteria. They just sort of keep going. Okay, they've started, they'll write it all down, and then they'll hand it in without pausing. Students failing to reread. Can we ever think of a time where a student's written something and they've not bothered to reread it and they just hand it in to you? Yeah, happens all the time, unfortunately. So students failing to reread, okay, and they write it all down and they go, right, I'm done. And they fail to redraft. Okay, sometimes that happens before they hand the work in and we go, right, make sure you've gone through, amend it, make adjustments. Or sometimes it's after we've given students feedback and they go, oh, it's nice to have that feedback. And then they don't do anything about it. Okay, that happens again. Students don't necessarily realize that good writing has an impact on the reader. That writing has a purpose and somebody's going to read it. If you're writing it down, maybe it's only yours, maybe there's the examiner, maybe it's the student next to them. But when students are writing, they're writing for somebody. So not pausing to think about, well, who is actually going to be reading this once I've finished writing it? Because that has a huge impact on the quality of our writing. And then this last one here that he identifies is around mindset, isn't it? The extent to which students think that improved approaches and practices can improve writing. A lot of students think, oh, I'm just not very good at writing. I'm not good at these longer form questions. I'm just not that way inclined. I just can't do it. Like I was never good. I struggled at primary. Oh, I struggled in Key Stage 3. I just can't do it. not realizing that extended writing and effective writing is something that can be developed over time. So has anyone crossed anything out on their bingo card? A few things? Yeah, I've got a few hands up. A few of you. I'm going to keep mentioning issues, and then as I come around in the second half of this talk, I'll see what else you've identified. So those are typically the problems that I think we face over and over again. I think some of those are some of the most common problems. So what can we do? I'm going to start off with longer term fixes and things we're going to need to think about in our own contexts. And then I'm going to move on to strategies for sort of the second 10 minutes of me talking. And then you'll have the opportunity to think about how they work in your contexts. So the first thing that Jonathan Firth talks about is the nuts and bolts of writing. That effective writing, that longer form writing requires students to really understand the nuts and bolts of high quality writing. And actually, that isn't just something for an English department to work on, because it isn't just in English where we're going to be doing writing, as you know. So actually, those nuts and bolts of writing are really important for us all to focus on, because they're intrinsic to producing high quality pieces of work in our subject areas. So he highlights drawing explicit attention. We've obviously had a lot of talks today around writing and around metacognition already, which is great. And we've talked a lot about making these things explicit by raising their profile and drawing attention to them. So actually drawing attention to grammar, to vocabulary, to spellings, and considering the ways in which we're modeling that to students and how we draw attention to it and how we place a high profile on it and how we scaffold that for students. Because it's all good and well saying spellings are important, but how are we teaching that, or how are we supporting students with that, or what scaffold do we provide so that students are able to work on that? Now, the reason why these things are so important is because they need to become automatic. If we think briefly about cognitive load theory, if students are using all of their brain power to think about how to spell things and to think about grammatical structure, then there's very little brain power left to think about the cognition, the facts, and the question that they're trying to answer. So we want to try and remove as much of that strain as possible around grammar, around spellings, etc., so that the remaining brain power, the remaining sort of working memory, can be used by students to focus on the content, to focus on that high quality answer. If students are spending all of their time worried about spellings and about grammar and about these nuts and bolts, then the answer, the resulting answer, the resulting piece of writing isn't going to be as effective as it could be. So that's the first fix that he's highlighted for us. The second is around developing effective readers. I think one of the things that happens quite a lot in schools is we know that reading is really important, right? It's always mentioned, isn't it? We need to read, students need to read more, students need to become better readers. Oh, just by reading loads, you'll become a good reader and it will solve every issue. Now, reading a lot does really matter. Of course it really matters, but it's how we're reading and it's the text we're reading. And I mean, this was already spoken about early on today. It's important that the text we're using and how we're analyzing them support students, not just saying, oh, you've read a whole book, fantastic, you're going to be X amount times better. Okay, so it's about choosing the right texts and about ensuring that students are reading that critically. So it's mentioned here, understanding and analyzing why writers are doing certain things, why they're writing in certain ways, and the power that that has on you as a reader. So it's this idea of meta-comprehension, not just do you understand what the author's writing about? Do you understand the source that we're writing about? Okay, do you understand sort of the facts and figures? But why have they chosen to present it in such a way? Why have they chosen that linguistic style? Why have they put together their response in a certain way? Are there any biases? How do we know that there are biases in their writing? So moving beyond the what is it telling us to why have they laid it out in certain ways? That's what is going to make an effective writer, make an effective reader, and in turn will support that effective writing. So that's the second thing that Jonathan Firth identifies. The next thing, again, is around teaching high-quality writing. So we've talked about nuts and bolts, and we've talked about the impact of high-quality reading to support writing. But we've also got these ideas around structure and style. Because, again, it's very, very easy to worry about all of the content that we want students to know, and to worry about maybe what the mark scheme says, and to make sure that quotes are used appropriately, and there's referencing and whatever else. But students also sometimes, often, all the time, need support on understanding high quality structure and style. So do students understand how to use paragraphs, when they should be using them? Do students understand even things like how to use shorter sentences because they improve reliability rather than trying to build multiple concepts into one sentence? Are students clear on how they can structure paragraphs in different ways to improve the quality of their writing overall? And so if we take time to pause and consider all of these things, it allows us to reflect on how we're teaching it and how we're placing emphasis on different things. Like I say, we'll have a chance in a few minutes' time for us to talk about some of these things. Another thing that he identifies is around planning. And of course, one of the biggest problems that he identified was students have typically really poor planning. Okay? They see a question and they go, oh, not really sure, don't really know what to do, or I'll write down some things. Or we get the students who have a few ideas straight away in their heads and then instantly they just go and write it. Okay? Not taking that time to plan out. And so he breaks planning down again into 3 different things that he thinks that we should be focusing on when delivering to our students to improve the quality of their writing. Starting off with identifying those clear goals. What are you actually trying to achieve in this writing? Shining a light on outcomes rather than just what are the facts you're going to include. What is the outcome that you want? What do you want to be presenting at the end? And what is the purpose of it? Who is it for? What style is it going to take? And working backwards from that point. Shining our spotlight on that, because we've got the power to shine the spotlight on whatever we want. By shining the spotlight on that, we're placing emphasis on the importance of planning. Starting small and building bigger. Again, rather than thinking, okay, I've got to do these 2 pages or these 3 pages, or this is a 20-mark question. Where do I even begin? Well, starting small. How are we going to start? What needs to go into the introduction? Planning that out and taking it step by step, rather than having to see a whole question all in one go and worrying about a longer written response on that. And also this idea that plans should be fluid and changeable documents. That's not you get halfway through, you haven't followed your plan and you go, yeah, that didn't matter anyway, I'm just going to carry on. But to understand that as you write things up and as that pen starts flowing on that piece of paper, that your plans may change a little bit. Or they might need to change if you're running out of time. Okay, or they might need to change if a new idea has just come to you and you've written it up in a new way and you're actually really happy with that. So students understanding that plans don't need to be completely rigid, that if they spent the time planning something out, that you're allowed to change your plan as you move along. That should be your guideline, that should be your framework, but you can change as you move through it. This idea of redrafting. Okay, redrafting is so important. I'm sure you can all think of occasions probably in the last week, okay, where we've wanted students to redraft their work, reread and redraft and improve their written responses. It's an incredibly important part of that writing process. Very, very few high-quality things are written on the first draft and never amended. Okay, writing is a process. Well, it's a process, isn't it? You write, you get some feedback, you reflect, you redraft, and you keep going through that until you've got a piece that you are happy with. So building in this habit of redrafting, in the same way that we need to make sure that planning becomes a habit, something that students realize the importance of, redrafting also on that back end of it, not just I'm done, here's my book, I'm done, off I go, but actually there's a redrafting process to that. This idea of fresh eyes, rereading with fresh eyes. I'm sure we can all think of a circumstance. You know when you've got to send an email and you're not too sure how to phrase it, or you're not too sure like how to reply to something. So you just leave it and you come back and you read what you've written the next day. And you read it with fresh eyes and things just make a bit more sense. Well, there's a huge amount of scientific research that shows the importance of this. If you've just been writing something, often the best time to reread and to amend it isn't instantly, because the ideas you had or the insinuations you were trying to put into your written piece, you've still got in your head as you're trying to read through it. So it's almost better to forget what it was you were writing about and come back to it a few hours or a day later and then redraft it, because you've not got those same sort of intuitions in your head. You are actually just reading what you've written for what it is, as opposed to trying to recall what you're insinuating. These ideas of reading aloud, and I think we all say it to students, and it's something that's really important. If we're trying to redraft something or to understand how well it reads, read it out loud. Yes, you can't do that in a silent exam, but you can read it in your head, okay? But this idea of reading, because often if we read something, and I don't think it's just me, but if you've got to recheck an email or something that you're putting on a report for a parent carer, reading out loud, you can see if it makes sense. Does it read properly by reading out loud? It's an incredibly important skill to develop in that redrafting process. And this idea of avoiding sort of putting through a thesaurus or putting through a sort of like a knowledge driver. I always think of that episode of Friends where Joey got his hands on a thesaurus and he was writing like a job application or something. And then he changed every word and it made no sense anymore. Okay. And students like to do that. Okay. Like, oh, thesaurus, my new shiny toy. I'm going to go and change loads of words. Okay. I'm going to look up combat and see what other words are. And it just loses all sense. So yes, it's good to increase that range of vocabulary, but students need to understand what those words mean. So if they've got a knowledge driver with loads and loads of vocab on there, but students don't understand those words, then don't go shoehorning it in if you don't understand what it means. So yes, that variety of vocabulary is important, but it needs to be within their understanding. Right, okay. We've all seen this quote. This is the middle of my talk, 16 minutes in. Ooh, okay, I only have 20 for this bit, but it's fine. So, we've all seen this one before, okay? By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. When I stole that, I didn't know it was a Benjamin Franklin quote, actually, okay? It's not often referenced. So anyway, I stole that, very pretty. And we know it's true, okay? I've mentioned it a little bit already, but by failing to prepare, we are preparing to fail. If students are trying to do written responses, and they read it, some ideas come into their head, and then they start writing it, it's not going to be as good as if it was planned out. Okay? That planning process is so important to the improved quality at the end. So, I know I've already shared a few ideas with you, but a couple more that I wanted to share with you. The idea of the multi-flow map. I think it's incredibly, incredibly underused. I do have the privilege of going around to so many different schools in the job that I do now and seeing so many different lessons. I mean, I watched several hundred, maybe even 1,000 lessons last year, saw so many different lessons, which is amazing. But the one thing that I didn't see very much of are the use of graphic organizers as really, really effective planning templates. A multi-flow map, we've got the causes of the event feeding into the event in the middle, and the outcomes of that event. Fantastic planning tool if we're wanting students to write up the cause and effect of a given event. Okay, why did it happen? What were the consequences of it? Students getting their notes down into there, they've prepared. They're now less likely to fail, okay? They are more prepared, and the content is down there, so then the cognitive load can be focused on actually writing it up really well. The content is in their planning, so all of that working memory can then be used for thinking about high-quality writing. Okay, we're focusing on one load at a time. Load number 1, content. Load number 2, writing it really, really nicely. So here, multi-flow map. Absolutely love a multi-flow map. I also love, there we go, a fishbone. Fishbone. Really going into depth on the sort of the causes of a given event, or the different criterias. I mean, I've got barking dog here. We're probably not going to write many essays on a barking dog, but it makes sense as an example. I think that's why I've included it up there. And again, it allows students to focus on specific parts or specific causes and really go into depth on them. It's a little bit like the multi-flow, but it's only the input, but with loads more space to go into depth. And again, if a student has got all of that down, they've identified the key things, and then it allows them to really home in on certain things in their write-up. Okay, 12. Perfect. Right. Phone let emerge. This isn't my wife. So, monitoring. I talked about monitoring a minute ago, flawed monitoring. Now, I've included this image because I want to paint a scene. Can you ever, and the answer will be yes, but can you ever think of a time where you were in your room or an office somewhere and you were just, you had your head down and you were just getting on with work, you were getting loads of emails done, you were getting loads of planning done, you were getting loads of marking done, and someone comes to the door and they go, "Am I interrupting?" And you go, "No, come in." And in your head, you're going, "You are interrupting. I was really in the flow. That's really annoying. But yes, you can come and speak to me." And it's really frustrating because we're in the flow. And then they go and you're like, "I don't know where I was up to. I don't know where I was up to with that lesson. I don't know where I was up to with that email." That is the difficult thing with monitoring. Because monitoring, we are in the process of doing something. Okay, we're in the process of writing out that essay, of responding to a given question. We don't like to stop. We don't like to pause, and we don't want to think about what we've done. We just want to get to the end. It's human nature, unfortunately. Once we've started, we just want to get it done and get it finished, close the book, hand it in, and move on with things. It's very, very annoying to have to pause and monitor. But we really, really need to. So what are some of the things that we can do? Well, the flow map is one of the things we can do because it works really, really well as a planning document. Okay, here, describe how rivers form. Yeah, I've really gone for the cliche geography things as a non-geographer. How does a river form? Okay, there's no longshore drift actually in here. That's the most cliche one, I think, isn't it? So here, so the student has identified the 5 things they're going to talk about, and then in their write-up, they're monitoring, it's ticking those things off on their checklist as they go. So they're making sure they're on track. They're making sure that they've included all of the things that they need to include during their response. So it's an easy way of getting them to monitor as they go along. Or here, key questions. That's a big question. Okay, what do Christians believe? You could write quite a lot. Okay, and in primary school, that might be a paragraph. Okay, and in university, it might be 50,000 words. It's a very, very big question. So this is where we could break it down into key questions. I talked earlier about how we can break planning down. We could break this down into a number of different factors. And by answering each of these things in turn, the student would be generating a high quality response to the overall question. And it again allows them to monitor because they've identified the things that they need to talk about and they can tick them off as they go. So even if they get interrupted or even if they really don't want to pause, they can very easily tick things off or put a line through them as they've done them to make sure that they are staying on track. Which brings us on to the last bit, feedback. Okay, sometimes when we keep giving students feedback and they're not listening to it or they keep making the same mistakes over and over again, I think we feel a little bit like that. Okay, really, really, really frustrating that we keep giving feedback that students aren't acting upon. Maybe they're not redrafting. Okay, maybe they're not changing their spellings. Maybe they're not reflecting on the dates they've used. Whatever it is, students are making the same mistakes over and over again. That's really, really quite frustrating. So what can we do about it? So the strategy here we've got, Yep. So informing future planning. Okay, so what can we do? So, for example, if the students are given a task which says, write a paragraph explaining the events of the Battle of Hastings, we would give them feedback in exactly the same way. Okay, as we normally do. So we would be focusing on the techniques shown, the strategies deployed, and the keywords used. But then, to avoid students making the same mistakes over again, what we could do is students then have to re-plan out that question. They don't have to write it all up, but they've got to plan out their response again, building in that feedback from you. Because one of the big things with feedback is if it's not used, then it just falls on deaf ears or it gets forgotten about. So doing something like this, do the task, get the feedback as normal, but then plan out your response again, is a really effective way to make sure that students are acting upon it and that feedback is starting to go into long-term memory. Here, there are also some sort of evaluation questions that you might want to use, and you'll all get the slides afterwards as well, so you can look through those. Which now does bring me to the workshop-y chat bit. So I've put up, how many questions we've got there? We've got 5 questions. So I want us, for the remaining time that we've got left, and how long have we got in total now? 10 minutes. So for the remaining 10 minutes, I want you in your groups to spend time talking about these questions. So some of these questions are based upon what I've just been talking about. Some of them are more generally about the writing process. So I'm wanting you to think about what we've just spoken about, share some insights, share some experiences, and I am going to float around the room, join into conversations, eavesdrop a little bit, answer any questions that you've got, and then, yeah, we'll wrap up in about 8, 9, 10 minutes. Perfect.
They're talking about her RE and sustainability. So if you are interested in any of those, then now is your opportunity to head up. So I think like some of you RE teachers may well be interested in that, especially if you wanted to catch more of ASAN, and geography definitely up there as well. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity to leave without it being super awkward if anyone fancies going just now. And you're not locked into your choices forever either. You can come back like after those bits. So in here this afternoon, we have got Ben, who is very promptly stood here. So thank you very much, Ben. He's going to be talking about sacrificial axes. I was like, so that's me. Sacrificial axes, icebergs and seashells. Then we have Dan Proctor talking about historic landscapes, and he's winging it without a PowerPoint, so props to him. John is going to speak again, and then we have Jenny and Claire doing a little bit more about like booklets and writing, which I think will be a really interesting approach as well. So I'm going to stop talking and hand you over to Ben.
Hi everyone. You know what, I'll do that. Hi everyone, I'm Ben Bassett. I'm from a school in West London, Villiers High School in Southall, predominantly quite an Asian community. It's a very great school community. We essentially initially had the environment sort of woven through different historical inquiries, but we wanted to like communicate that actually the environment is super important to us, so let's actually carve out a whole inquiry for it. So we sort of sat down as a department, thought about how we could do this, and our first sort of iteration wasn't all that good. It's quite macro, wasn't really any people involved in it, wasn't really a great sense of place, and it was just quite sciencey actually as well. Like it wasn't really doing what we wanted to do for a history inquiry. And so after doing that inquiry, we were like, yeah, actually scrap that, we'll try again. So we chose a really we chose a London-focused inquiry because we're in London, and we wanted to put the people back into it and artifacts from the Museum of London, which at the moment is currently closed, but hopefully that will lead to some exciting trips in the future. And we sort of took inspiration as well from Kate Hawkey's book, the UCL Open Access book, and also some great podcasts that we've listened to. And I think a big thing as well about making it successful the second time around doing the inquiry was sort of communicating to the non-specialists in our department why history was the right place to tackle this. So Kate Hawkey was quoting somebody else, but she was saying about how, in science and geography, we do the climate and it's very sciencey, but it's all about like humans' attitudes, values towards the climate. And so that's like history, what history is, right? So we went on to coming up with this question, which we probably actually might change again, to be honest. How has the relationship between humans and the natural world changed over time? We were also kind of thinking about playing around with that and saying, actually, what has the natural world meant to humans through time? So we're thinking about changing that one after teaching it. We're sort of in the first time around of teaching this. And it's at this point as well that we sort of get students to share with their sort of preconceptions about the environment. So we can come back to at the end of the inquiry to see, hopefully, that we've sort of changed their sort of perception of it. And then I stole this from Simon Beale, so I can't really claim this bit myself. The Frankopan's frame, because the natural environment is around us and the climate that supports it frames our existence. And then also the fantastic extract from Peter Frankopan's book about how the natural world is the stage that everything happens on. And the kids really get that analogy and the kids run with that throughout all the lessons. So I think that's been actually quite fantastic in the second time round of teaching this. So our first inquiry starts with Bronze Age London, and we sort of tease out some things from the students, talking about how it's a warmer, drier climate at this time in the Bronze Age, how land isn't fenced off, it's not over-farmed, everyone's working in balance with the natural environment, and to be honest, the natural world's sort of shaping them, really, yeah? So we then go into the Havering Hoard, talking about the Havering Hoard and how 453 artifacts were found, and 86% of those were axes. And then we get the students we have a bit of a discussion, there's a story that goes with it, and we tease out from the students that historians think that actually these axes were put there as an offering, again, to ensure that they could have fertile land, good harvest. So again, they're sort of worshipping the natural world. So that's sort of where we begin with the students. There we are. And this is, I'm not going to go through the story because time, but we've written the story around the Havering Hoard and then also some artifacts from Museum of London. We communicate with the students that it is fictionalized. However, here are the sources that we've taken it from. And it goes down really well with the students, actually. It makes it very concrete. And this is sort of how we improved it the second time round compared to the first time, where it was a bunch of stats and it was just a bit too sciencey. So I'm not going to go through that. As we do it, well, first of all, they listen. We just get them to track along, and then we have a discussion. They fill in this worksheet, which then feeds into this graph, which, upon teaching for the first time, because kids got confused, to be honest. So we're going to change this as well. But throughout the inquiry, the students are meant to fill in this living graph, and the y-axis is talking about the natural world's impact on humans. And then at the top, it's the humans have complete impact on the natural world. And then in the middle, it's like the natural world and the humans are in balance. And they're meant to, over time, plot throughout the whole inquiry this relationship. And we basically have loads of discussions. And in theory, it was meant to work out really great. And it has worked out with some classes, and in other classes, it really hasn't worked out. So I just want to simplify it the next time round. But when I put this PowerPoint together, I hadn't actually taught it. So that was a bit of an issue. So there's that. And then going into the second lesson about the Anglo-Saxons, Street Through Time, book is just fantastic. It's got some awesome illustrations in there, really accessible. And this just leads to so many great discussions with the students about the natural world and the Romans having a huge impact on London, and then going through into actually the natural world sort of reclaiming the landscape, makes it really tangible. This goes along with the story as well. And then we go into the frost fairs and talk about how, obviously, we had the Little Ice Age. Overall, global temperature sort of went down by 0.5 degrees Celsius. And between 1600 and 1800, the Thames froze over majorly for about 7 times for 2 months at a time. And on the ice, they'd have so many different activities. They would have ice skating, and we bring in... well, we don't actually physically bring in, but we have the picture of the bone skates that the Museum of London have, and we talk about those. And we also talk about how humans sort of reacted to the frost fairs with basically just a whole load of fun. And then we talk about how the frost fairs sadly stop because of London Bridge being rebuilt, and we sort of go through how previously London Bridge had 19 arches that were really close together, and it meant the Thames actually slowed down so it could freeze over. And then when the London Bridge changed, it was 5 big arches. It ran faster. They dredged the Thames. It was deeper. You didn't get frost fairs anymore. The kids love this story. In fact, in the outcome task, sort of mentioned this probably more than anything else. So went down quite well. Even King Charles II went along, and then that's a commemorative ticket that he had that's also in the Museum of London. So it's fascinating. The bone skates. We go through this. I'm really rushing through this, but if you want the resources, I'll send them out. I'll put a Google Drive out. Cool, got one for that already. And then we kind of go in to actually zoom out from London, looking at the Banda Islands, because we really wanted to get this in there. And we kind of link it, maybe tenuously, I guess, to the fact that obviously globalization is happening at this point. So we can sort of argue that, yeah, let's zoom out from London and let's look at sort of the global thing of the environment and how that's impacting London in terms of nutmeg prices and in terms of the Dutch having a monopoly. But in this lesson, essentially, we tell the story of the Solomon Islands, the Spice Islands, and the village of Solomon even in the Spice Islands. And in this story, we've used the chapter from Amitav Ghosh's book and written, well, I think quite a good story actually, in terms of world building the island and the relationship with nature in the island, how the indigenous Banda people had, they lived in balance, in harmony with the natural world, they worshipped the natural world. It was a really just great place. We really try and world build that with the students at the start of the lesson. Throughout the lesson, it sort of changes. Also, to share at this point with the students as well, sorry, I've written down statistics. The price of nutmeg in 1621 was worth more than gold. And also, 1 penny worth of nutmeg in the Banda Islands was worth £2.10 in London at the time. So you could sort of see just how valuable the nutmeg was. Oh my God. I'm always awful at timing. I'm going to speed through then. And then we have this wonderful artifact here, which is a nutmeg grater. And essentially, as you push down on the nutmeg grater, the company man's bottom is revealed. Students find that quite funny, and they sort of engage with that quite nicely as well. So there's that. All right, I'm really going to speed through this now. There's the story. I'll share it with you on a Google Drive. Another story. Oh my God, this is 1 minute 26. Okay. In the title, I had shell, so I'll quickly talk about that. So we go into the story in the second to last lesson about Shell and how the Shell company was founded. Oh my God, that's my alarm. How Shell was founded, and essentially how that obviously changed the whole sort of landscape of energy consumption. Obviously, oil became a huge thing. There's that. So I really got to rush through this. Talk about wars being caused by oil. Then we go into the Thames Barrier and how in the 20th century with London, the Thames Barrier and our efforts to work with the environment, but also sort of control the natural world. But then we also try and end on some stories of hope about how in the future, obviously with the natural world, there are things we can do to change. There are things that we can do to really protect the environment. And hopefully our students will sort of think about things, more things in the future and sort of be a bit more climate conscious. And then we come back to, at the start, their preconceptions and see how they've changed. And it changed quite nicely, but I didn't put any evidence in there because I hadn't taught it at this time. So yeah, when I sent this through. But next steps, we put the natural world at the heart of our inquiry, but I want to try and get some field work in there. I want to try and take them out into London, take them into some parks in London, see if we can go to maybe some rewilding programs and see if we can sort of engage with that. Also wanted to work with London Museum a bit more because we've used loads of their artifacts, so it'd be quite nice to actually, when it reopens, to go there and take them on a trip there. And also, finally, there was something else I was going to say, but I can't remember now. That's not good. Can't remember. Field work, working with geography. That was a real rush through. I am so sorry. But I will share on my Google Drive all the lessons if you would like to look through them. Thank you.
I think Ben needs a very big round of applause then. Right, I'm not going to waffle on. We have John coming back to talk to us specifically about the sacred wells of Britain, which I think one of your relatives is very keen to hear about. Yeah.
Brill, thank you very much. Yeah, I have to thank you for not all just doing a mass exodus when you see sacred wells on the screen. When I said to my missus that I was going to present on my Holy Wells obsession, she called me a massive geek, took the mick out of me and said, no one will come. So thank you for sticking around to go through the session with me. So what I am basically going to do is give us a working definition of what a Holy Well is, and then going to highlight a really great piece of historical fiction written by an author called Ellis Peters. And I think if we read this text to our pupils, it can do an awful lot of work for their mental models about the medieval past and help them address some misconceptions. But before I do that, there's going to be a little middle bit where I'm going to have to make the case that we should read historical fiction, knowing that parts of it are made up to our pupils. And luckily, I've got a Christine Council quote to help me with that, so I don't have to do it on my own. So I'm going to jump straight in. What is a holy well? A holy well is a well with a sacred name. There are three types of sacred names you might find in our historical landscape. One of them are lady wells, dedicated to the Virgin Mary. The next one is holy wells, just holy wells, and they're usually associated with a church building. And the third one, and arguably the most pertinent for today's session, are saints' wells. For example, St. Cuthbert's well. St. Katie's favourite holy well, even though she said holy wells are not going to be in her curriculum, I'm going to try and convince her that they should be in her curriculum. St. Cuthbert's well is our first recorded holy well in 705. And there are about 480 holy wells in England that are attributed to local, regional, or international, like biblical saints. The country's leading expert on holy wells, there is a leading expert on holy wells, which is Jeremy Hart, says that there are at least 18 different ways that holy wells were created in England, which means there's a really rich story that sits behind them. And I'm only going to talk about one of them today. So Oh, there we go. So, in the 12th century, Norman rulers and Benedictine monks started a process of relic centralization because relics in the medieval period represented power. Saints and their relics represented power. So, regional rulers went to local communities and exhumed the bones of saints that those local people had culted over decades and centuries and took them to regional power bases, usually monasteries. As you can imagine, local communities found this really confronting. And we see in this moment resistance that I think is the moment that we can zone in on with our pupils to give them a really rich encounter with the medieval past. If we get into that moment, we can see this tension between local communities and their regional rulers. So the story goes that in at least 5 holy wells of Britain, or England specifically, when those regional rulers came to exhume the bones from the grave and take them away, the graves filled with water. And these water-filled graves became the holy wells of those areas, with the water having the same miraculous power as the bones of the saints themselves. I think this is a great moment because it's almost like those local communities sticking 2 fingers up to their regional rulers that you can take our saints' bones, but the miracles are going to stay with us. This is really a commentary on medieval power, although it seems to be about holy wells. So the one on the left-hand side is exactly that story. The one I'm going to focus on today is St. Winifred's well, which is actually a more complicated picture. So we do have the same pattern. Shrewsbury monks went into Wales, exhumed the bones of St. Winifred, and took them back to their abbey. The grave did have miraculous power that the locals commented on, but it did not fill with water. And this is a slight deviation because St. Winifred already had a holy well within that region. So why have I decided to pick the one that's more complicated than all the rest? It's because Ellis Peters has written an excellent piece of historical fiction on St. Winifred's well that I think can do an awful lot to lift the level of pupil thinking. But like I said, I'm going to have to make the case that we should read historical fiction with our pupils in the classroom. So have a read of this. So Christine here makes really good points about why we should read historical fiction in the classroom. But there is like a really important caveat to this. If we choose the wrong thing, it's going to have the opposite effect. If we choose the wrong text, it's going to embed misconceptions. Like Dan Brown is going to embed misconceptions. Hopefully, Ellis Peters and some of the books we've seen today, people flash on the screens. These are some of those moments that we could read with our pupils. So what you're going to be looking for today, whilst I read this text aloud as if I was reading to pupils, is you're looking for those springboards. Here we go. So this is the book, A Morbid Taste for Bones. You're looking for springboards within this text, whilst I read it out, that once you'd read it through with pupils, you double back to squeeze every little bit of meaning that you could get from that sentence, that phrase. And you're looking for 3. I've got 3. I'm going to read it aloud. You hopefully, there's text in front of you as I read so you can follow with me. Put little stars with the phrases that you would double back to, and then we'll compare notes at the end. Little bit of context because this extract comes from right in the center of the book. So, first chapter, we join the monastery with the Shrewsbury monks, and there's loads of different brothers doing loads of different things in the monasteries, and they're all there for different reasons, all different ages, all have very different views on how dedicated they should be to the rules of the Benedictine order. This paints a really complex view of monasteries in a way that our pupils don't always think of them as. They usually think like monks live a bit of a boring life, they're always in silence. The real, as we know, the real picture is a little bit more complicated than that. One brother falls ill, and whilst he's ill, he has a vision of a Welsh saint asking to be rescued. And she says, in return for being rescued, I will heal you of your affliction. And this is the story we find within the life of Winifred, which is one of our historical sources. So this book is really well researched. The brothers then, with this vision, set out to Wales to rescue the saint's bones. When they get there, Father Hugh is a Welsh priest that's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Prince of Wales, or the region of Wales, and the bishop have said, I bless the mission of these brothers. But Father Hugh has to also think about his local congregation that really don't want Winifred to be taken away. The last character to introduce you to is Cadfel. He is a brother from Shrewsbury, but he was born in Wales. So through this story, he acts as our person that understands both the ambitions of the Shrewsbury Monastery and the feelings of the local people. So you're looking for 3 springboards. I'll read aloud as if I was reading to my pupils, and then we'll compare notes. So the 3 men gathered for the assembly in the open before the church. The sun was already high, for it is little more than an hour to noon. Father Hugh stood up before the assembly and gave them the gist of the matter, as it had been presented to him. He was the father of the flock, and he owed his people the truth about, but he also, owed the church fealty. He told them what the bishop and the prince had answered to the request from Shrewsbury, respectfully highlighting the many proofs the English monks had claimed, although he left the details of these proofs to Prior Robert to deliver. They are not happy, whispered Brother John in Cadfel's ear with a smile. And indeed, those Welsh faces were certainly lacking enthusiasm for all these English miracles performed by a Welsh saint. They swayed and murmured and eyed one another. One of them spoke. If Prince Owain wills it and the bishop gives his blessing too, began Cadwallon hesitantly, as loyal sons of the church and true Welshmen, what else can we do? Both prince and bishop have blessed our errand, said the prior loftily. But the girl is here, in our village, said Richard abruptly. He had the voice that might be expected of him, large and deep, a voice that sang what it felt and waited for thought afterwards. Ours, not Bishop David's, not Prince Owain's, she lived out her life here and never said a word about wanting to leave us. Am I to believe so easily that she wants to leave us now, after so long? Why has she never told us? Why? She has made it clear to us, said the prior, by many manifestations, as I have told you. But never a word to us, cried Richard. Do you call that courtesy? Are we to believe that of a virgin who chose to make her home here among us? They were with him. His strength had fired their smouldering reluctance. They cried out from a dozen different directions that St. Winifred belonged here and to no other. Do you dare tell me, said Prior Robert, high and clear, that you have visited her, that you have committed your prayers to her, that you have invoked the aid of this blessed Virgin to give her the honour that is her due? Do you know of any reason why she should desire to remain here among you? Have you not neglected even her grave? And what if we have, said Richard with conviction. Do you suppose the girl wonders at it? You have not lived here among us. She did. You are English. She is Welsh. She knew us, and she was never so moved against us that she withdrew or complained. We know she is there, no need to exclaim or make great outcry. If we have need, she knows it, and never asks that we should come with our prayers and tears, knocking our knees on the ground before her grave. If she begrudged a few brambles and weeds, she would have found the means to tell us, not some Benedictine or distant Benedictine house in England. It was the bitterest blow of Prior Robert's life to know that he had met, can't get that to go right, there we go, that he had met his match here in this half-barbaric Welsh landowner, no great lord, but a mere squireling. His Norman eyes could not believe it. It was the difference between them that Robert thought in hierarchies and Richard thought in blood ties and kinship. Prior Robert asks Richard for a private conversation where he proceeds to offer him a big bag of money in return for his compliance. Money. Richard knew about money, but as an aberration in human relations. In rural parts, it was hardly needed. Nobody was so poor as to be without the means of living. Beggars were unknown. The kinship took care of its helpless members, and every home was open as of right. Minted coins were a pointless eccentricity. You dare to offer to buy our saint? To buy me? Prior Robert panics. Richard storms out of the room, announcing to his fellow Welshmen that he will not support the mission of the Shrewsbury monks. You should have told me what you intended, said Father Hugh. I could have told you it was folly, the worst possible. What attraction do you think money has to a man like Richard? I am come with the blessing of the church and the sovereign, said Prior Robert fiercely. I cannot be refused, but at the will of a local squire. Has my order of monks no rights here in Wales? Very few, said Cadfel. My people have a natural reverence, but it leans more towards the hermitage and not the cloister. Okay, so hopefully in that you found at least 3 moments that you would double back to and squeeze some meaning out of it to really lift the level of our pupils' thinking. These are the ones that I had. So the first one is this moment. This is the old PowerPoint that I didn't have as redacted, but so the words are slightly different. But the top quote here is that moment where Prior Robert, this Norman who thinks in terms of hierarchies, has met his match in a local squire who has the support of his local people. For me, if we taught this to our pupils and really talked about its meaning, pupils would find it really difficult to have flat notions of the feudal system, and that the feudal system just controlled the way that everybody thought. We can see in this Welsh village that they don't think in terms of the feudal system. And whilst they do respect their bishop and their prince, it's not everything that they think about. We also have this moment where he's offered money, and it's folly, it's a really bad idea. And for me, our pupils get stuck on this idea that the peasants were poor and they didn't have any money and they lived miserable lives. But this really challenges that concept of local communities looking after each other and money being a pointless eccentricity. I think minted coins are great because we use it to look at like rulers and dynasties and that type of thing. But what effect did it actually have on local people in villages? This really helps us like launch or springboard into that meaningful conversation. The last one, and for me, the best sentence I've ever seen written in a children's historical fiction book is this bit where he says, "Has my order no rights here in Wales?" And Cadfael says, "Very few. My people have a natural reverence, but it leans towards the hermitage and not the cloister." This is so powerful because in the early Christian period, the Saxon period, we have this Celtic arc from Cornwall up to Wales, through to like Cumbria, Northern England, Scotland, and Ireland, where the main influence of Christianity on those people is hermits, Celtic influences of Christianity, whereas in the south, we've got that real like European, continental, biblical saints approach to Christianity. And if we get into that discussion about what the difference between being influenced by your hermitage and being influenced by the cloister and the Benedictine order, we start to see Christianity as a really dynamic force in medieval society, and not just like everyone was superstitious, they all believed in God, and that's as far as it got. So for me, we'll just finish on this last slide. If we were to read this text, not the abridged version, like really spend some time with this text to squeeze out those moments and those springboards from it, I think our pupils would find it difficult to say these things without qualifying them or complicating them or adding a little bit to that story from what they'd experienced in this text. So linking back to that first session that I did, I think texts like this, specific encounters with texts like this, can lift the level of pupil thinking that generic texts don't always have the power to do. I hope that was helpful, guys.
Thank you. And don't we all as humanities love a good story, particularly when somebody else is telling us that story? So we are now going to move on to Jenny, who's going to come and talk to us about the narrative-based booklets that she's been working at GCSE. So we know there's been a lot about narrative at the moment. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Jenny Hall. I've been a history teacher for over 20 years. And what I want to talk to you a bit about is the work that our department's been doing around trying to look at how we motivate our students, engage our students, but actually getting that to translate into results at GCSE. We've sort of focused. I realised that I'd kind of come with two different talks here. I want to talk about narratives, and I also want to talk about booklets. So I've tried to sort of bring the two together when really they do link. So for us, really, my view that I want to start with is that for our students to do well, they need to know stuff. It sounds really obvious, but really, is it always in our classroom? We get often quite bogged down with thinking about how do they express themselves. We've had mentioned this morning already about things like Peel paragraphs. Are they annotating their sources with NOP and all these kind of things? But ultimately, if they don't know facts, they can't actually pass the exams. They can't use any of these ideas or the brilliant writing techniques that we've got if they don't know their AO1 knowledge, which is sort of what we focus on. And so, therefore, the question is, how can we embed that knowledge so that they can recall it and they can use it not just generically, but have those specific facts that are going to make their pieces stand out, that they're going to recall them. Obviously, there's been loads of work around knowledge retrieval, which, I'm not going to, people have known that it's been around for a long time, and we do this a lot. But I'm finding with sort of just the general sort of, the 5 questions at the start, or when we're talking about knowledge retrieval, they're remembering things in isolation. I find these are generally sort of conversations I've had with year 11s. Oh yeah, Walter Riley, I remember his name. well, who was it? Oh, I don't know who he was. I just remember his name because that was something that I had to recall at the time. Or, yeah, I can list the plots against Elizabeth. I know what they are. Well, what's different about them? Oh, I don't know. They were all just against Elizabeth. Or actually marking Ed Excel Elizabeth this year. So how many times I saw the fact, population went up by 35%. But it was just quoted in isolation. It wasn't really applied. They didn't really sort of understand where that was going. And so for us, that's where, and we've heard this a lot, we've obviously just had a story read to us, and that's where sort of the stories, the narratives come in. So our journey started quite a while ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago, at Key Stage 3. We wanted to look at bringing stories, narratives into our curriculum. And for us, the obvious point was Key Stage 3. You've got a lot more to play with. You've got more sort of choice. You're not stuck to a set of exam specifications and so on. And obviously, as we've been doing this, we've noticed this has become bigger. We've obviously got examples of Christine Counsell and her team's books over here as well. And this has become something that has grown and grown. We started by adding a couple of stories in to sort of support the curriculum. And then we flipped it and we made the narratives actually be our curriculum. And now throughout our Key Stage 3, every single lesson is based around a story. Some of them are stories written by others, like the fiction that we've just had. Some of them are from historians' books, or some of them are written by ourselves. And looking at how we can sort of really hook in our lads. We're a boys' school, and I don't know if that makes a big difference, but to us, having boys that are listening to a story and building their skills through that has been really revolutionary. Certainly, the skills that they're coming along with, it's not just learning historical facts, although they do love to tell us bits of those stories and they do remember them, but it's their listening skills, it's their reading skills, the vocabulary that they can take from them. And we had our SLT team saying, oh no, you can't just make booklets with long stories in. The SEND students won't be able to access them. There's no accessibility here. But actually, that's not been our experience. The way that we find students are listening to these stories, we've had the TAs saying when they're scribing for students, they can't believe the amount of facts that they can learn, the amount they can bring from it, because they've been listening, rather than having to just look at a textbook, which in their mind they're switching off from. They don't want. So this has been really successful, which got us thinking, well, why are we only doing this at Key Stage 3? Why can't this be done at Key Stage 4? So we took one of the units that is largely sort of examined through knowledge rather than source interpretations. We do Ed Excel. We were looking at our Elizabethan unit. And we took on the challenge to try and turn this into a unit that was taught entirely through stories, trying to bring this in. We wanted to start by sort of establishing, well, what do we mean by stories? Where are we going to get these stories from? And we realized it meant we had to write them. We didn't want these stories to be purely fiction. We wanted these stories to be as close to historical truth as possible, which meant a lot of research, a lot of reading. We had to commit to reading around the subject, researching. Often the research took a lot longer than actually making the stories, to make sure they were as close as possible. Obviously, we don't know what conversations Elizabeth had with Francis Drake, but we can certainly use historical context to work that out. In this, and so we spent time putting these together. There were 3 of us in the department, and it took us a year to put it together to actually create this. But in the end, we came out with each of the 3 units. Every sort of focus was a different story. How did we use this? Well, we decided that we needed to put this into booklets. These are not stories to listen to, but they're stories to track. The students need to be listening with a pen or a highlighter in their hand. We needed to have the stories under the visualizer for them to be able to do it. Importantly, we needed the teacher to read the story. This isn't any, get the students to redo popcorn reading. We needed that kind of intonation, the pausing for effect, building the tension, knowing when to stop and ask questions. Because if the story is going to become your curriculum, then you need to make sure that that is interesting, that they are hooked and they're not just sort of falling asleep with it along this side. And so we created booklets that were to engage. There was room to annotate. There were tasks and questions that were linked to this. We had exam questions linked to it. We still included sources. We took things that were in textbooks, but we didn't need textbooks anymore. And that is quite a change from what we're doing. Putting it into a booklet meant that you don't need to spend hours at the photocopy queue every morning, which is a big deal. Being able to just print them at the start and then just run with it. Everything's there. If a student is away, everything's in the booklet. These aren't just use a textbook and fill in your booklet. Everything's in there. We found it was saving time because they're not spending ages writing notes where they're just copying or summarizing out of the textbook, but everything was analysis. They've got the text, they've got all the facts in their booklet, and then they spend their time in lessons listening to it and then using it, applying it, being able to apply it to exam questions and that sort of thing. We then took time, and if I had more time, I'd go into it more, but feel free to chat to me, to look at how we craft a booklet. We wanted to make sure that it was something that was really usable. So we've obviously got things like glossaries, but we started looking at the walkthroughs, talking about the zoom in and zoom out. And so we've got sections on the big picture at the start of each topic. What do they need to know before they start this topic? What's going on in the rest of the world? We looked at Jonathan Grand's work on takeaways. Any of you at HA last year, there was a lot on that. And at the end of every lesson, there's a set of kind of 5 main takeaways in quite simplified language that's accessible to all, that they can then, if they found parts of the story difficult, they can use the takeaways to kind of have a look at it. And then we use these in the lesson. Does it work? Well, it's early days for us, okay? We've only been using these for just over a year. But we've focused in on our year 10 class that we used them with last year. And yes, it's really anecdotal. This evidence wouldn't stand up anywhere, but I think it is real. At the start of year 10, we start GCSE at Easter of year 9. So we've been teaching just textbook style, our normal lessons. And at the start of year 10, we were getting, sorry, it's a bit bright, but sort of 9 to 4, around about 50%, 9 to 5, 20%. The top end, 7%. This is a bright year. We're really disappointed. We moved round about Christmas to teaching using our narrative booklets. And by the end, you can certainly see the change in what these students were getting. In terms of grades across that year, we were looking at the start with the average being 3.7. By the end, the average was 5.7. Now, of course, it's not all that. They're getting older, they're getting better at writing, but it definitely plays a part. If you read the answers that they're writing in the summer, the knowledge, that specific AO1 that was coming through was really clear that this had made a difference. We then have started, got a bit more time, we started looking at our other booklets. We realised that for a unit like Unit 3 in Edexcel, where you're looking at source interpretations, you couldn't teach entirely through stories. You have to use sources, you have to use interpretations, but you can supplement that. So, for example, with our Germany course, I've put in stories to support one of the ones I was teaching last week, where they struggle with understanding the role of the Freikorps in the Spartacist uprising and the Cat Putsch, how that changes. We've sort of done a story from the perspective of a member of the Freikorps. The first lesson, what's his story? He tells about why he got involved with the Spartacists. The second lesson, why he got involved with the Cat Putsch. And just tracking his story has made that much clearer to the students. In our Unit 1 sort of inquiry course on London in World War II. We've written first-person stories of people's experiences in the Blitz alongside the actual sources from the time. So they've got the knowledge that we want them to have, because sources don't always give you that, but then the sources to develop that and sort of trying to look at that. So we're really feeling that this is a way that the students are engaging, they're enjoying it, and it's a way that we can really sort of motivate them ourselves. So our next steps, we've got one more GCSE course to look at. I'm quite excited. We're going to look at the Cold War, and there's some brilliant stories to have a look at that. But we're also looking at, can we take this into A-level? I find we're teaching more and more through stories. Sorry, okay. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, and so that's what we're having a look at. So it is about craft. These stories can't just be run off in a couple of minutes. They do have to be crafted carefully. You do need to put in the research. But of course, once you've done it, then they're there to use. Feel free to come and have a look. I've got a few examples if anyone wants to see any of our stories that we can share. But hopefully that's useful.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Would you believe that I really had to work hard to get Jenny to come and speak today, and how brilliant that was and her approaches. So thank you so much for that. So our final speaker before we break at 3:30 is going to be Claire. I don't really know how Claire finds time to do everything that she does. So thank you very much for coming and speaking to us today, and specifically looking at getting writing right, which I know is something we are all really focused on.
I feel really bad because that picture's really old and my hair's a lot longer, but also I've had a baby since then, and so the bag's under my eyes. That is me, I promise. I was a little bit nervous about how I'd approach this today because I've gone really practical, which is not my usual style. I'm very like theory based. But oh, can I have the clicker? Oh no, it's here. But actually, I think it feeds really nicely into the stuff that's just gone, because this is very like practical. We have booklets as well, and this is what we do with them basically. So just by way of introduction, my name's Claire. I've been teaching history for 13 years now. I live in Leicester and I work at an 11 to 16 school, which is in the north of the city. I'm going to put my slides down here as well, so I don't have to keep turning backwards. So historically, the reading and writing levels of our children is significantly below the national average, but that doesn't stop us. We have high ambitions, and our kids are, you can't convince me that there's cleverer kids in the country, because there aren't. So I've been teaching at my school for 6 years, and it's a school all my aunties went to as well, and all the TAs know my aunties, so it's like a double kind of like motivation for me. And so we've been focusing on literacy and reading in our school for the past couple of years, and I've called my session Getting Writing Right, and that comes from a story with, there was a lad who's just left us in year 11, and when he was in year 7, he's a little bit of a character, and you'll know what I mean by that. And he was getting really frustrated because he was so clever, but we were doing a piece of extended writing, and he just said, I just can't get the writing right, and he kind of threw down his pen, and I was trying to have this really like emotional moment with him, and I was like, I'm going to help you get the writing right, but I just completely mispronounced it and went like, blah, and it just completely diffused the situation. So even though I can't say it myself, that's what I've been focused on for the last few years. So our access to language is a social justice thing. So my parents were both the first in their families to go to university. I'm studying for a doctorate part-time while I'm studying, which felt like a good idea at the time. And my husband is an academic, and he was him and his sister were the first in their families to go to uni as well. And so we're in a weird situation in our house where we're using this very high level fancy language, but we are new to that kind of language. And so reading something and being able to like know what it means, but not actually knowing how to pronounce it, is a really awkward experience, and something that I've just had to get comfortable with, because if you want to learn and grow and do all those things, like we're all new to new language. And so this is really important for me personally, because it's something that I experience, and it's easier just to not use the difficult words than it is to use them. But ultimately, the work we've been doing, so my school's called Orchard Mead. I'm very proud to work there, but I forgot to say the name, sorry. But the work that we've been doing at Orchard Mead has started to have an impact. So our literacy levels are going up. And in history last year, our brilliant head of department, Abby, has led through, very similar to what we just heard about booklets. We use Story Source Scholarship, and our results went up. So our 7s went up by 12% last year, and we're at the national average, which for us is massive. And so the stuff I'm telling you is the kind of things that we do in our classrooms. Oh, yeah. Okay, so these are the things that we do. So the first one is Say It to Own It, which I'll talk through now. So very much linked to like my idea that I just shared about like, it's about owning knowledge. If you can pronounce it, if you can say it confidently, you feel like that's your information. And so we use Say It to Own It. How fancy are my transitions? So we use Say It to Own It. So I go through our story, our source, or our scholarship section, and I have a look at what I think is the most important wording, like that most important key information that we need to be using at the time. And I go through, I find a definition, I'll put it on the board as we're coming in. It will be linked and brought back to, and I'll make sure those words appear as many times in a lesson as possible. And we do something called Say It to Own It, which is heavily scripted. And if you find that cheesy, tough, in my classroom, we do it. And so the same script is used every time. So for example, in here, this one, I'm using the word democracy. The word we're using today is democracy. My turn, democracy, your turn. I'm not going to make you do it, don't worry. But so we have that, and then I'm going to pick on, for want of a better word, some pupils. Everyone knows it could be them. I kind of keep track of who I've spoken to and who I've not. And so that kind of fear of, oh, she's going to ask me to say the word, kind of leads them to really think about it whilst I'm doing it. So the first one we have is Say It to Own It. We use this because like repeating the words and having the ability to use them is incredibly important. How am I doing for time? Am I okay? Okay, cool. So, okay, think, pair, share, just as many times as possible. So we use the words as much as possible. And the next one is Say It Again Better, or reframing our verbal language. So one of the things that we've noticed is that our children are incredibly bright, but what you'll notice is that like once they've got the knowledge and that you're happy that they understand it, their ability to then communicate it can be quite limited. So it's that idea of like restricted versus elaborate codes. So we'll hear them say, rather than Elizabeth I was an influential monarch, they'd say she was a really good queen or something like that. It's the same thing, but it's not the right language. So what I'll do is I will get the sentence and write it verbatim how the child has said it, and then we will unpick it. So you can see that I've got a reframing. So they've said religions, and actually that example, it's denominations, not religions. And then we will have a look at how we can rewrite their answer, because it's not wrong, it just needs some tweaking. So we will say it again better, and we will go through the written answers. Then also through explicit note taking. Now, I'm on maternity leave, so my examples are really old. So when you see the date on this one, like I do it, I promise, but I'm on mat leave. So what we'll do is we'll make sure that we have like notes in our books that we can refer back to, and they are as structured as possible at first. So if we're going through some new information, we will go through story source scholarship, and then we will do some very, very heavily scaffolded note taking in our books. So getting them to start writing their words. So I'll give them a sentence starter, but you need to be using these words in your answer. And so that builds that confidence to use those words as part of their written answers. I don't really use PowerPoints in real life. I use a visualizer, and I have an exercise book. And so I'll do a mixture of two things with modeling. The first one is that I'll give them what a good one looks like, and I'll have that written out ready for us to dissect. And the second one is that we will do some think, pair, share around the criteria. And then we'll think about how we can start to write those answers together. In the same way as we heard John say earlier, I don't like writing frames and all those types of structures. So this is where all the written scaffolding kind of goes away, and we'll do it together, and they have to verbalize it with me. But I don't really prescribe to any kind of paragraph structure, because then that's all they focus on. And this is the bit where they need to start doing the thinking. And if we're giving them a sentence, and if we're giving them writing frames at this point, we're not focusing on the thinking, we're still focusing on the sentences, and we've done that. So we try and move away from that as quickly as possible. And then we move on to our independent practice. And I will start with all of these things explicitly, very, very over the top at the beginning of the year. And then the aim is always by the end of the year, we can go through the information and go through the content, and they won't need these things as much from me. And instead, they'll go straight to writing independently. But yeah, it's just about taking away the scaffolding as quickly as possible, and it really depends on the kind of group that you're working with. But we will make sure that nobody sits there and does nothing. And one of the problems that we had at our school was if it wasn't perfect, they would rip the page out, and then they would just not hand anything in. And so now, for me, the greatest success here is that you can see them going back and crossing out answers and adding in keywords and doing that kind of thing. And for me, that's our success criteria. And it seems to have worked out. So our results have gone up this year. And thank you very much for listening. Now, usually I'm a little bit, I'm usually a little bit theory based. So what I thought I'd do today, because it's quite a short one, is I'd give you all the practical stuff that we do, and then I'll write it up. So that's my blog and my Blue Sky. And so I'll put all the evidence. Get out your way. I'll put all the evidence that I've kind of put into there, into my blog, rather than sharing it now. But thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely bossing it there, especially like having just like being on maternity leave and everything as well. So thank you so much. That means that Claire has given you a little bit of extra time for your break, but just before you head anywhere, I can see you getting up. There are drinks after this. So when we finish, we are literally going next door to the Brotherhood of Pastime. So please do come and join us to continue either talking about this, or if you're sick of this, we can talk about other things. So, please do come and join us for drinks, and we are going to be back together with everybody in at 1:45. Please go and fill in your things. I will come around and collect them, and I'm going to put all the lovely raffle prizes, because if you don't think that it's worth it, come and have a look at the bundle of things you could be taking home today. I'm going to put them here because someone's very helpfully blocked them with that Teachers Talk Radio thing. So see you back here in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. So we have got 5 minutes left. Please hand in your things to either me or Claire. So even if you've only got 5 on, we'll let you have it. So can you pass it over, please? And then you are in the running for our lovely prize draw. We'll come and collect them now. So 5 minutes and we'll be back. I do. Here's my beautiful pile.
I've remembered put my name.
Amazing. You are winning. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's bring it back for our final session of the day. So this afternoon we are going to have Rebecca Carter, who very nicely stepped in for me, is going to speak first of all. Then we're going to have Dan, who is going to talk to us about historic landscapes. Then Sian, who is going to teach us all how to lead an effective department. And I've already seen this and it was very good. And then we have got Karen talking about intellectual humility, which as soon as she I don't know, applied to speak, I was like, yes, that looks fascinating. And then we have Amber Hardesty finishing off with how to make history fun, but meaningful, because we do not like edutainment. So that's where we're going with that. So Becky, over to you.
Hello. So I mean, I don't have a posh little like face indent thing, I assume, because do I? Oh, look at that! Oh, thanks. Yeah. So I ended up doing this as of Thursday night. So. Yeah, hi everybody. I am Becky. I am now a head of history in RE at a school in Nottinghamshire. I've been teaching for the last 13 years. I'm on the SHP Paths Council, so if anyone wants any information about SHP Paths, let me know. But I was figuring out what to talk about, and I think my main kind of area of success over the past couple of years has been Key Stage 4 kind of knowledge building, revision, engagement, that kind of thing. So I thought I would talk about just a load of stuff that I've done that's worked for me. Massive caveat, I don't think any of this is original. I've stolen most of it, so thank you to all the people I've stolen this from. So much of it has come from networking with others, so you know, people that do the same spec as you, and stealing all their good things. So thanks to all of those people. We all good? We all good? Ta-da! Magic, thank you. So my first thing I wanted to talk about was motivation. These are my favourite stickers. They're puffy, and the kids really like them. I cannot underestimate how much all children love stickers. Key Stage 4, whether they roll their eyes or not. If you've got a roll of weird cat stickers, they love that. So strange selection of stickers, absolutely works. Tell them really often that they're a team, and that you care about them, and that they're your favourite class, even if they're not. Make it really visual. So if you're doing something really successful, share that with them. Share that success with absolutely everyone. Their heads of year, their, you know, if you've got SLT members popping by, just come in and be like, oh my God, look how great my year 11s are doing. In lesson knowledge building, so stuff that I've tried to do within lessons, I've tried to include lots and lots of frequent quizzing. We try to make sure that as teachers, we know really, really well what information we want them to know. And this really connected when we were talking about narratives. You know, we're not just remembering things for the sake of remembering it, but remembering it for a reason. So my key one for medicine is always the date of germ theory. And I think the kids just think I like them shouting out the date of germ theory. But because it's for history of medicine, it's such an integral kind of hinge point where things are distinctly different before and after germ theory. So I want them to remember that, because for the chronological understanding, it's really, really key. So I just randomly throw it in every so often. Like, we finished a lesson, at the end of the lesson, I'm like, date of germ theory, and they will all shout the date. Mini whiteboards. I used to be a mini whiteboard skeptic. I just think, God, these are such a faff. I hate them. And they went away in a drawer, and I never opened that drawer again. But then our school went through a big thing about getting everybody to use the mini whiteboards. And I thought, okay, I'll give it a try. We made it really, really easy to use. So every table of 4 had a packet that had 4 whiteboards in. So it was really, really quick to get them out. Every kid in our school had a whiteboard pen that was given to them. So all the kids had a pen, whiteboards were there. It was really quick to get them out. So it became much easier for me to use them in lesson, and to use them on the fly as well if you felt like you needed to use them for something. And it could be dates, it could be getting them to answer questions when they come into the room. It could be, I quite like doing ones where you split the board into 4 and they have to do 4 different things. We've used them for multiple choice questions, etc., etc. And they get used to it. So the more you do it and the quicker you do it with them, the quicker they get at doing that. We love checking for misconceptions. We love celebrating when we get a full house. So we're checking all of the answers. We're like, oh, have we got a full house? Oh no, we've got 1 or 2 wrong. Let's see if we can get a full house for the next lot. So yeah, despite being a skeptic initially, I am now a complete mini whiteboard convert. We always start lessons with knowledge retrieval questions from across the course in various different formats, but the kids know that's a routine that we use. If you find that you've got spare time, I don't know what spare time is in a history lesson, but sometimes it's there. We use that as an opportunity to make revision resources. So we've always got a stash of revision cards, and we will say, right, okay, so we've done this lesson, let's make a revision card for that. So we're explicitly modeling how to make the revision cards, and we also explicitly model how to use them for revision, because making them on their own is not to the revision. We've used time to model how to make those revision resources from a revision guide. I particularly like doing this with, get them a page in the revision guide and model how to chunk that into how many sections you're going to need on whatever mind map or whatever you're doing. I've done this with the folding thingy that I've seen that Simon Bill introduced me to. But you've got basically a big sheet of notes on one side and then a mind map, and then you've shortened it down into 5 words. And modeling how to do that's been really useful. And lots of choral response as well. So again, if we're talking about keywords or names or dates, etc., getting them to repeat those back. And these were some examples. So we have a lot of kind of multiple choice knowledge retrievals as we come in with key information that we need to use in the lesson or need to recap. Mini whiteboard, kind of multiple choice questions that then kind of help us work out if they've got particular misconceptions. We've done a lot of work about home learning. Excuse me. So I used I've taken a lot of inspiration from the work that was done at Meals Cop. Greg Thornton linked to his maths department, I think it was, that did a blog about this. It was really, really useful. Basically, we've just made home learning really, really simple for Key Stage 4. Sorry to all of the ed tech people, but we literally have one sheet of paper. So it's always on one sheet of paper every week. It's always on the same day. It's always taken in on the same day. It's predictable. It is routine. It's always kind of knowledge-based that we can then apply that knowledge in the lesson. We give them the revision pages it's relevant to, make it really normal, over remind. So set yourself, like, if you know that their homework's due on the Thursday, make sure when you see them on the corridor on Wednesday, don't forget homework tomorrow, don't forget homework tomorrow. So really, really over communicate it. We message home for parents. We remind them that stuff's due. But we also use lots and lots of celebrations as well. So again, celebrating success with anybody and everybody that comes through. We tick things off on a kind of register, but when it says yes, it goes green. So we celebrate the greens. We see how many streaks we can get, how many we can get before someone breaks the streak. But you can visually see all of the greens, and that's really lovely to celebrate as well. And really importantly, whatever homework we set, it is easy to record. We don't do anything that requires extra data entry or anything like that. I don't give them any homework that I have to mark. It's literally something I can see if they've done it, and that's fine. Then it goes in your folder. I'm not taking it in to lose. Then we link some of that knowledge to class exam questions. We can, do some quick marking of that with a highlighter, but nothing that we need to do that's too workload heavy. If you do Edexcel, which I sadly do not anymore, they've got this whole set of downloadable knowledge boosters that we used for homework, because again, we can just make it on one sheet, easy to mark. You can do it in class. You can easily see if it's been attempted. You don't have to take anything in, and it meant that they could revise key knowledge that you could then apply in the lesson. Same with, this is another example of something where we've given them the information, then they've got a few questions to answer. Again, you can see really easily if it's been attempted, or we will say, right, here's the topic. We want you to create 10 flashcards on this, or create a mind map on that. And we kept it really simple with the expected tasks. It was always kind of the same thing over and over. I've also tried the paired challenge. I did this with a class a couple of years ago, where I put them into pairs. They were in pairs for a half term, and they were responsible for making sure that their partner completed their homework. So if you completed your homework, you got some points, but if both you and your partner completed your work, you got more points. You could update the leaderboard weekly, and everyone could see who was leading the leaderboard. And we got prizes for whoever ended up at the end. You also had the opportunity to reset it every term. So there was always a chance. It wasn't running the whole year. If you didn't win this time, you can win next time. And I would also consider repairings if you can tell that some people are never going to get on board and you feel bad for their partner. So you can consider repairing. In terms of exam practice, we always try to focus on small parts of exam practice within lessons. So not trying to do too much at once. focusing on the kind of sentence level and paragraph level. If my Key Stage 4 students can't write me an essay of 4 paragraphs, why am I asking them to write 4 paragraphs? If I need them to focus on getting one really good paragraph right, then that's what I need to focus on. Make sure you're referring to questions often, break the questions down with them, model that, plan lots of questions, get them to do mini mind maps, add those to your revision cards as well. Get them to annotate an example paragraph and then get them to do their own, use lots of I, we, you. If you've got students that struggle with getting started, I found that introducing the 1 minute paper, I can't remember who I stole that from, but basically at the end of a lesson, we said, right, you've got a minute to write about everything you've learned today. And while the timer's on, you've got to be ready. When the timer's off, you've got to stop. And it really helps them get over that kind of fear of getting started. Do lots of live marking. Don't take stuff home, especially shorter questions. Tick them off as you go round. And exam practice that you're going to mark. I only do in the classroom. I don't give them exam questions to take home because half the time they won't do it, and the other half of the time they've copied it from somewhere. Revision sessions, I don't know her. So I hate the concept of having to do revision sessions or the expectation of doing revision sessions. I was really, really upfront with my classes before when we got started. So I only focus on targeted time-limited interventions. We used, in my previous school, we used afternoon tutor times. We had a morning and an afternoon for a half-termly cycle, and then you assess using the data whether they carry on that intervention or not. If you still want to do after school, make sure it's targeted and specific. Don't just go, here's history revision with kind of no direction. And then use lesson time instead, curricular intervention to close the gaps and help them practice how to revise. So this year, I'm not doing after school revision. I'm doing after school how to revise sessions this half term, and then I won't be doing any more. Ta-da.
8.5 minutes, people. That is a lot of stuff to take away in 8.5 minutes. That is perfect. Dan's only just given me his PowerPoint, so just forgive me whilst I set that up, but he can start talking. Handouts, have you got, is Colin being your glamorous handout? Katie this time. They're doing a great job, aren't they? Here you go.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for letting me be here, Tom, today. I'm here to speak about historic landscapes. And this work has really been inspired by a couple of things. The first thing was my 3-year-old daughter when we were walking through the Lake District, looking at ruins at Furness Abbey, wondering why they were ruins. Where's all the bricks gone? Where's all the mortar gone? Where are all the stones gone? Well, they're in the stone walls that you see, they're in the barns. And I worked in conjunction with one of my geography colleagues, Stefan, who lives in London, and his 7-year-old daughter looked out of a bedroom window one day and she could see Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, she could see the streets, the terraced houses. And the issue with both of our daughters, I'm not saying there's problems with our daughters, but they couldn't really read the landscape around them. So what we want to do with these historic landscapes is encourage our children and our pupils to read the landscape. And through reading the landscape, we want to spotlight environment and sustainability. And what I'm going to talk about really links into what Ben said before. So that is our key priority, to spotlight environment and sustainability and encourage our pupils and children to be able to read the landscape in a historic way and in a geographic way as well. So it's really interdisciplinary sequence of lessons that we've got going on here. And we want to foster the values and imagination in our pupils in the classroom. And for this sequence of lessons, what we've done is we've focused on the Lake District. But what I want to talk to you about today is how transferable what we have done is into any local landscape, wherever you're based. You could do this on the Peak District, on the Fens, anywhere, the Highlands, in Snowdonia. You can take a Four Nations approach to this. So, first of all, what we decided to do, is it okay if you can scroll down? Sorry, yeah. I know, apologies. I do apologize. I didn't make PowerPoint as PDF. So first of all, we focused on location. So geography in the first lesson here really matters. Where is it the pupils are studying? And we've really located it. Could you scroll down a little bit more? Is that okay? So we're introducing the landscape. Yeah, it's in the northwest. It's in a place called Cumbria. And if you scroll down a little bit more, a bit further. We've introduced it there. What makes the Lake District special? What makes it a place of awe and wonder? And we want that awe and wonder to really come through in this first lesson to set up the sequence of learning. And you can do this on your local landscape, because I'm sure that everyone is inspired by the nature and scenery in their backyard. So we focused on what makes the landscape special. There is a bit of guided reading there, and for that guided reading, what I actually did was I got my wife's mother, who is Cumbrian and got a thick Cumbrian accent, to read that, and the teacher can just play it, and it gives set of pupils a deeper sense of place to hear the accent, to hear the culture. So that's a bit of guided reading. If you go a little bit further on, sorry, we've got some map reading skills as well. Here we're using OS maps from Digimaps. You know, so you can see how tall is Helvellyn, and it really gets them. Geography really pours out of this lesson. If you, sorry, keep going down and keep going. Oh yeah, U-shaped valleys as well. And if you keep going, I'm sorry, we use William Wordsworth as well in this as well. He's the poem Daffodils, and the sense of nature that he's got in that, about the swaying daffodils and the natural features that he mentions in that poem. You can start to pull those out and really explain what makes the Lake District special, or any landscape that, you know, is local to you. So if you just keep going on. And then we focused on landscapes of process. We'll skip past this really quickly, but this is again, how were the lakes formed? How was your local landscape formed? What geological processes went on millions of years ago to forge the mountains, to create the lakes and tarns, or to create the meadows? So yes, keep going. And then we move into landscapes of ancient memory. And hopefully by now you've seen that we've got a chronological sequence of lessons. And this is why it really is historic landscapes. And we go 5,000 years back into the past to talk about those early settlers. What were they doing? And if you go forward 2 slides, we create a bit of a history mystery here. And this is why it can be pitched at your year 7s in that what is history section that you do at the beginning, you know, when they're not setted, and obviously what is geography when they're not setted. And you really want to get the skills taught to the pupils before you get in depth with the content. So if you go forward 1 more slide, sorry. So we use these pieces of evidence. There we go. No, it's okay. Go back.
Tom distracted me.
No, it's absolutely fine. I just want to show this one. I don't know how to go back. Sorry, I'm sorry it's all a little bit, I should have put it on a PowerPoint. Yeah. It's okay. But yeah, see this. So this is the evidence that we want pupils to use, and using environment and landscapes, we can go beyond traditional sources. So we use pollen records to show deforestation. So we see the ancient oak trees being cut down with axe heads, and these axe heads were found in the Langdale Valley. So they were using the stone from the Langdale Valley. Those were also found in in Cornwall and Devon, which shows us they've got trade links and that Cumbria was a really important place. We've also got flint that was found in Stanton near Carlisle, and the flint was from all over the place. So we're showing trade networks, we're showing how these ancient settlers used the landscape and how it was sacred to them as well by using Castle Rigstone Circle, which is in Keswick, which you may or may not be familiar with, but showing about these ancient values as well. So pupils are getting a real sense of the past, a rich contextual knowledge of the past, but also an appreciation for the landscape that they wouldn't otherwise have. And if you just go a couple forward, if you just keep going, then we move into landscapes of power. So we've done the ancient settlers. We're moving in now to look at the Romans. We're looking at the Furness Abbey as well, and Kendal Castle. So you're looking at church and state, which is a key component of the Key Stage 3 national curriculums, I'm sure you're aware. We introduced that through these shoes that were found at Hardknott Roman Fort. So they're using sources, they're asking questions from the sources. And there's a great clip there from Historic England where they're talking about these shoes in such an interesting way. Where did they tread? What material are they made from? Why did they survive for so long? So if you go forward a couple more, yeah, and this really builds up the sense of chronology as well for the pupils, and it's a good site study as well. How did these people use the landscape to express power? And why was the landscape so advantageous? And what were the problems in the landscape? And these images are quite striking. You can see Hard Knot Roman Fort there in the top left, Furness Abbey, which is sheltered in the Vale of Deadly Nightshade. I love that Vale of Deadly Nightshade, that's in the top right. And then Kendal Castle as well, which is your stereotypical Motte and Bailey type castle, although it's, you know, stone keep now. And then again, using map skills, you can see we've traced the old Roman route, the route to the Isle of Man. But what I'm trying to say here is when we're talking about landscapes of power, this is really transferable to any landscape, any of your local landscapes in here. We get students to unpick this through location, purpose, resource exploitation, how did the site use or shape the landscape, and similarities with other sites. And we use the historical disciplinary concept of similarity and difference here as well. So hopefully you can see now we've used chronology, sources and evidence, similarity and difference. So all these key disciplinary skills are coming to the fore, and students are building up a good knowledge of their local landscape that they wouldn't otherwise have, and an appreciation for the local landscape that they wouldn't regularly have. So if you can go forward again a little bit more. So then we move on to landscapes of meaning. And in landscapes of meaning, we start to look at the Industrial Revolution and how the Industrial Revolution changed the meaning of the landscape for many people. So traditionally, it was somewhere where they worked, it was somewhere where they traded, and they lived. And a lot of people worked with the landscape right up until the big change in the Industrial Revolution. If you go, and you can see here, sorry, go back one, I'm really sorry. We've got an image here of, one more again, sorry. Yeah, we start that lesson with an image of this. A View from Manchester by Edward Goodall, which I think is quite poignant as we're in Manchester right now. And you can see that juxtaposition between the countryside and the changing cities. So we've got urbanization coming in here, which is really, you know, the geographical concept, but it's also a historical concept. And we introduced the Industrial Revolution because children in Year 7 may not have already built up an awareness of what the Industrial Revolution was and the impact on Manchester, which is really striking from that map there on the right-hand corner. That you see Manchester in 1750 and then Manchester in 1850. And the John Ruskin's quote there saying that the sky is darkened in daytime. It is. The air is poisoned. It is. And it's troubled. And it is. There's a pub right there, and I can, what's going on there right now? John Ruskin would not be pleased. And then we juxtapose that with the Romanticism. So William Wordsworth and and Turner as well, both of these. So you've got these people living in these dirty, dirty cities, like Manchester. Sorry, I'm from Manchester. I'm near Manchester anyway, so you can forgive me for saying that. And then the Romanticism of the lakes. Why are people starting to want to go to these gorgeous landscapes and introducing them to, you know, we've got images of postcards here, the romantic side of the lakes, the increase in tourism. Again, this goes well with geography and history. So if you go forward one more, we look at the impact that tourism had in the lakes and why people could access the lakes in this period with the expansion of railways and industry. And if you go forward one more, we look at consequences now. So again, we're bringing forward that historical skill of consequences, mapping those consequences. Pupils can put those arrows in any which way they want to, as long as they explain it. You know, we've got sentence starters on there. So direct consequence, indirect, escalated, snowballed, knock-on effect was. So we're building up the knowledge of the disciplinary skill of consequence. And if you go forward one more, we then link that to the meanings for these people in that landscape. So a sheep farmer, a poet, a hotel owner, environmentalist, a tourist from Manchester. Although that image, yes, just look a little bit more modern tourist than an industrial, like 1800-y tourist. And I should be saying that, 19th century tourist. Yeah, okay. And if you go forward one more, that sets us up really nicely then. And one more. Yeah, to look at landscapes of industry. So we know the Industrial Revolution's happened. So what has happened then to the industries within the Lake District? And if you go for a couple more, Yeah, Brill. We look at pre-industrial, industrial, post-industrial. We look at primary industries, secondary industries, tertiary industries. We're bringing forward those geographic concepts, and let's just keep going forward really fast. Keep going. With reading the landscape, key. Mentioned to you at the beginning, want my children to be able to read the landscape, want my pupils to be able to read the landscape. Can they read the landscape? What's going on in these images? What impact has the industry had on these images? And then we start to move into the modern period. We start to look at landscapes of conflict. And then we finish by talking about landscapes of hope. And that brings in the sustainability. Oh yeah, and in the second part of landscapes of conflict, we bring in the climate crisis. The impact on the Arctic char, for example. So if you go forward a couple of slides, yeah, the Arctic char, really tasty fish apparently, according to Windermere fishermen. They used to catch 40 a day. Now they only catch 2 a day due to climate change in Windermere. We look at the blue-green algae in Windermere, the changes to the lakes, the flooding, the devastation. What conflict has that caused? There's massive conflict between the sheep farmers and the environmentalists. We often think of environmentalists, being, really charming people, I would say, maybe more than that. But they're in massive conflict with the sheep farmers who do not want rewilding. And that's something that pupils really should be able to get to grips with. And yeah, finally, we talk about how is it being protected for future generations, landscapes of hope. And we look at the sustainability, what's going on now to protect these landscapes. And each one of these lessons is bespoke to the Lake District. However, you can transfer them to any one of your landscapes. And I hope you can see that now through landscapes of meaning, landscapes of conflict, landscapes of hope, landscapes of industry, landscapes of ancient memory, and landscapes of process. Okay, so thank you for that. I'm really sorry I didn't have PowerPoint, but I hope I got through the message. You've got the handouts if you want to speak after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan, there. Honestly, I'm just blown away by how much we can literally pick up and take away from today. And I know some of you in here are from like the Lake District and stuff, so you may well be looking to magpie that. So Sian, who has driven from Cumbria today, is going to speak to us about leading an effective department. And I think a lot of this is relevant, even if you're not a history teacher. I think a lot of it can be taken away in terms of geography and RE as well. So your 10 minutes of time starts now.
Oh, thank you. That quite sort of seamlessly linked into the fact that I am Cumbrian. So I know that Dan mentioned having a thick Cumbrian accent. So if you've never heard a Cumbrian accent before, strap in. So here we are. So this session on the way down here today, like many teachers, I'll sit there and think, well, why am I doing this? Why am I putting myself through this? We all feel anxious about speaking in front of other people, or we all are quite self-depreciating. And is our stuff good enough? Or do we like doing certain things? Do we not like doing certain things? And starting with the why was the real big thing as I had my coffee at Tea Bay. I think that in terms of teaching and in terms of progression, we spend a heck of a long time looking at ITTs and ECTs. Rightly so, because we need to have development there. But in terms of leading a department, in terms of really allowing our teams to flourish and being new to role, I think there's a real sort of lottery in terms of the CPD that's available. And I think it very much depends on your geographical location. So being in Cumbria, I'm part of a very large trust, and a lot of our CPD is based in London, which is great if you want to network and things like that. But I do think that there's a real skill in leading a department, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So in terms of context, I am now assistant principal for teaching and learning in Cumbria. It's the same school I've been in for 4 years. I moved there as a head of department, a new head of department, just as we were coming out of the COVID bubble. So school groups were allowed to socialise within schools. We weren't having to do that thing where we were moving around from classroom to classroom and students were still stuck there. But it inherited problems as a department or issues that needed to be dealt with. So I had 3 non-specialists in my department that were mainly teaching Key Stage 3. We had placement A and placement B trainees, as well as the fact that I had 2 members of staff that were historians who were teaching a heck of a lot of GCSE. I'm not going to go through all of that, but if you look at where the department is as of last year, we've very much got a case of staff that have had ambition or they've had an opportunity to develop, and really have as much professional development from me and from other opportunities in the school to ensure that they can realise and achieve their ambitions, whatever avenue they want to be in. And I think it all starts with department vision. So every department meeting, that is the buy-in, that's what all staff are aiming for, that is our intent, and that's shared every single time that we meet, so that staff are clear on what is the end goal, what do you want to do. The implementation of that, which I'm going to go into in a little bit more detail, is underneath. How do we make sure, how do we quality assure every single aspect that we're meeting that intent? How do we make sure that students are being inspired? So we look at pupil voice. How do we look at making sure that we've got the process of change really nailed as classroom teachers? That's through my monitoring and so on and so forth. Now, this isn't made to teach people suck eggs. I don't feel myself as an expert, but I know that it's the things that we've implemented have worked as a department. And I think there's a real value, as daft as it sounds, of knowing your department. The first part of that is having daily check-ins with your team and making sure that your team are, getting everything that they need, that being present. There's so much opportunity. We're all different individuals when we teach. And I know that there's members of my department that maybe wouldn't necessarily approach me first thing in the morning, but if I approach them and have a conversation, they're more likely to say, oh, can I just catch you about something? Can I just ask you about this? And that starts those conversations quickly. Walk in your department, and if there's somebody that's struggling in your department or somebody that's new, walk your department with them. Take them with you and say, what can you see here that's good? What do we need to develop? What can you see that you can take away in your own practice? I always have a learning walk and a monitoring focus. Now, as a caveat, my learning walks in our school are not a full period of time. They're drop-ins, they're temperature checks to see where we're up to. And the things that I'm going to monitor are always shared with staff so that it's no surprises. I'm not going to try and catch them out. Accountability is making sure that people are doing what they need to be doing, but I think it's an open playing field. This is what I'm going to look at. This is what I need to see. And if it's not happening, that's where those discussions happen. Having an open door policy, my department know exactly where I am. We had one of my big key things I wanted to introduce as a department was having a department office, which sounds ridiculous, but having somewhere that they can work, they can meet, and they know where I am. And it makes staff approach me more, and I can have those important conversations about things like workload, in terms of where your classes are up to, in terms of where there's maybe been a misconception with an exam question. And that's where I can start to build that data in to look at how to develop my team further. I had to take a pause then. One of the things that I think if you're new to a role, so I'm at a point where I'm now line managing 2 new heads of department, is having systems in place that can really help you to run the department when you don't have time. We all know how hard it is as a teacher. And to find that time to make sure that you've got this piece of data or this is done. If you can implement those systems quickly and effectively, they're the things that go on in the background that can support you to lead well. So for example, I've put an example up there and I know this will be on the slide so you'll be able to see it in more detail. Having a department bulletin so that everybody has the same clear message. I'm not chasing every single member of staff around to make sure that they know what the things I need them to do are, or things that they need to know. Who's in on this day? Who's out? Where have we got some deadlines? Where have we got an assessment point that's coming up? So I know that everybody's got that information and they can read it at their leisure. We know how difficult it is when we get in at 8 o'clock, 7:15 or whatever. And you literally from the minute that you're in there, it's chase. I've got to find this. I've got to go to the photocopy. I've got to do this. Having that information has been really important so that staff can read it at their leisure and then ask me questions should they need it. I have a monitoring planner, which I'll share in a second, but where I have my little table of what I'm going to look at, that's where I keep a record of what I can see and where those developmental areas come up. Data tracking, we all have data tracking systems, but it's why we use data tracking. Is there a group of people that I can intervene with? Is there a particular question from a question level analysis that we need to do some training on as a department? All of this data will feed into the actions that I'm then going to take as a head of department. And also making sure that department meetings have purpose. If it can be an email, send the email. If it can be that staff are doing data, allow them to have time to sit and do data, but make sure when you have a department meeting, it's fully focused on the development that the department needs. And this is where it's been a real game changer with our department, upskilling and using CPD to really harness the abilities and the ambitions of our team. So every year I start off with a subject knowledge audit, not for sort of beating people with a stick with, but to see if there's any areas that we need to develop in our department time. I also make sure that every department meeting we have is linked to our key priorities, which I'll show you how I do that in a second. We have clear planning of how the subject sessions will then feed into those priorities. So if it's getting ready for Ofsted, if it's using live marking, if it's marking and feedback sheets, if it's cold calling, if it's using mini whiteboards, it's very specific and very focused for a purpose. We have review check-in meetings, and these aren't traditionally sort of things like wrap meetings where you'll sit with a member of staff and say, these results are like this. These are check-ins of how's it going? What do you need from me? Is there anything that you want to discuss? Who are your key winnable students at the minute? Who are you proud of? And I think it's really good to factor in those times to reflect. We have a feedback system for monitoring, which I'll usually do in department meetings, and I'll talk about that in a second. And we also try to include a buddy system to develop best practice. So if I go back, that is my department planning. So I take our 4 priorities for the year and I plan those in based on where our needs are. So one of our big priorities at the moment is looking at embedding a new GCSE. We're moving from AQA to EdXL. So I know that my department needs time to collaboratively plan and get the head around exam questions. So we factored in a time that we could do that. But I also know there was other things that we needed to focus on, such as looking at marking and feedback, because we're a high marking workload subject. So looking at strategies to make sure we've got more live marking in there. Looking at new curriculum resources for our trust and how we can adapt them to meet the needs of our students. And there's some examples of where we've had department sessions that have tried to develop the skills gap. Is it going to work? Doesn't like me, Emily. This is something I'm really proud of in terms of creating layers of leadership. And as now an assistant principal, one of the things I've implemented is looking at how we develop layers of leadership and how we develop new middle leaders. So there's things that you can do as a head of department or a head of subject or whatever your sort of title is to really develop that layer of leadership and offer skills that maybe aren't as niche. So when you do things like MPQs or you'll do internal training sessions, they're often not bespoke to your school, or they often don't provide things that will help you to plan a scheme of work or look at how you sequence or look at how you build in assessment. So I'll use PDRs or our appraisal process to meet with every member of staff and say, well, what are your ambitions? What are your goals? What is it that you want to really work on? I'll then signpost people to relevant training, so MPQs, or we have internal programs. We also had a Carlisle Schools group where I would send members of the department where they could go and look at practice in other schools locally and see what the key issues were, and then best practice can come back to us. Mentoring, so one of the most effective things has been having staff mentor other people rather than it being the head of department or the strongest teacher in the department that mentors an ECT. There's a real skill set in developing that mentorship and making sure that ECTs or ITTs have got the sort of the right grounding. Project leadership as well. So some people have said in their PDRs, oh, I want to lead on trips or I want to develop homework booklets. So there's some examples from the department there where it's having that accountability and that ownership of something where you can develop that skill set. So that's just my little summary there. But one thing I do want to mention, tackling underperformance. So often this is something where people, they almost shy away from the aspect of accountability. It's almost seen as like a horrible word, or development or support. Tackling underperformance is at every level. So it doesn't matter what your experience level is or the person you're line managing, what their experience level is. It's about making sure that they've got the support that they need to progress further. So things like paper trails, if you have discussions, if you have monitoring feedback, keep a paper trail of everything so that you can say, well, this is what we're doing to support. Frequent communication with those who are in a professional mentor role. So if it's an ECT, an ITT lead, talk to them, keep them in the loop. Radical candour. So one of my favourite sayings is praise in public, pry in private. So if you're having a department meeting, that isn't the time to raise, oh, I've seen this in your lesson, or I've seen this happen. Have those private conversations. Say, can I just clarify if you know that? Can I just clarify how we're doing this? And that's led to some really powerful things like team teaching, where myself and one of my members of department have then used team teaching to develop outcomes for year 11. Making sure it's evidence-based, so it's not just on a whim, that you've got tangible evidence of where that underperformance lies, and then having smart, clear targets that will help you to develop your department. Done. Thanks.
Sian's EdXL spreadsheet or Excel spreadsheet is a thing of beauty. I think a lot of you will be sat there going, I wish I was that organised. So we are going to move swiftly on. So we have now got Karen, who's come to speak to us about intellectual humility in the humanities classroom. So over.
Right, I'm Karen Steele. I have been an RE teacher for about 25 years, and since January I've actually been training RE teachers at the University of Worcester. I bring this to you today humbly. I am not claiming to be an expert in any way. I just want to share with you my experiences, what I've learned, and perhaps pose a few questions for you to think about in terms of your classroom and what it is you're trying to do with the young people that you teach. So, if I can get this working. How many of those words appear in your classroom? They certainly have done in mine. And as a young, enthusiastic RE teacher, I really believed that what I was doing was going into the classroom to really fire kids up and to get debate going and to get them stuck in and to work through all kinds of exciting and interesting issues. Over time, I have begun to question that, and I have begun to think about whether I've actually done the things that, is that okay? Yeah. Whether my approach was actually achieving what I wanted to achieve. So for example, at GCSE, religious studies, we study abortion. And I've found as time has progressed, that's become increasingly a difficult issue to teach in the classroom. And that children are coming to classrooms with quite entrenched ideas and perhaps less and less willing to listen to views that don't align with their own. And I think maybe it's me mellowing as I've got older, but also the world we're living in has changed quite significantly. So, you know, thinking about things like the current sort of discourse, social discourse, think about our politicians and the kind of role models that they present to our young people. Our whole political system is very adversarial. And when we talk about debate and so on, it really is about, you know, setting up binaries, setting up opposites and taking a position and having to argue that, you know, come what may. And increasingly, we've got concerns about social media, about sort of echo chambers, just, you know, the same messages from the same people being echoed over and over again. But also, there's been a renewed interest in intellectual humility from psychology and from the cognitive sciences and so on. And it was actually when I watched a video by the Templeton Foundation, I came across quite by accident, called "The Joy of Being Wrong," and this word "intellectual humility" kind of really landed for me. And I had a great opportunity with the Edge Hill University RE Summer School to do a little bit for a week to really get stuck into something. And I decided intellectual humility was something I really wanted to investigate a bit further. And I've put here, you know, a number of the reasons why that might be. And I think it fits very much with climate change. I think this is an issue where we do have real kind of dichotomous viewpoints and people perhaps aren't listening to each other and exhibiting intellectual humility. And also, I just wanted to add this in, we've increasingly got real skepticism and rejection of academic authority. And I think that's something really interesting and for us that we really should be thinking about in our classrooms when we're thinking about the scholarship and so on that we're sharing. So what is intellectual humility? If you actually start digging down as the academic writing about it, there's not agreement. There's lots of different models and ideas of what intellectual humility is. I think this gives you quite a good idea, but I would really recommend The Joy of Being Wrong from the Templeton Foundation as a good introduction to what intellectual humility might be. And I mentioned the insights from psychology and cognitive science. The reality is that we don't think very rationally, that actually we quite often hold really opposing, contradictory ideas. We all have blind spots. We all have biases. And you know, the research really does reinforce this. I think the Dunning-Kruger effect is something we've probably all experienced. Those who have the loudest voice are often the ones who have the least knowledge and skill. And I think that's something we see in our classrooms and we see more broadly in society as well. When I looked at my subject, I'm sure historians and geographers will be able to do this for theirs as well, I actually saw that there's a long history of intellectual humility. You know, we go back to Socrates, who said true wisdom is knowing that we don't know. And it didn't take me long to sort of look through our specifications and look through my schemes of work and identify people within my subject who exhibit intellectual humility. In terms of the characteristics of an intellectually humble person, I've sort of noted some down here, but I kind of look at that and I think this is something I want to be. You know, I want to be accurate. I don't want to be self-important. I want to be realistic in my outlook. So I think intellectual humility, perhaps when we're thinking about our pupils and what we want them to leave us looking like, I think this gives us a pretty good framework for what we might be striving for. I like the analogy that I came across in my reading of a palm tree, that a palm tree can bend, it can really bend, it can, you know, and then it can bounce back. And if we think about that's what we need our pupils to be able to do. We need their ideas, their preconceptions, their biases and so on to be challenged, but in a healthy, safe way that they can bounce back and move forward from the challenges that might present to them. I did a little bit of research on social media and I asked people to give me examples of people they thought were intellectually humble. And here were some of the, I don't know what you think, but some of the answers I got. Brian Cox is really interesting. I've got a couple of clips of him, you know, from the world of science, somebody who perhaps, you know, has a right to be quite confident in his own abilities. And yet he talks about how little we know, how little he knows, and how little confidence he has in what he knows. So I think it's a really powerful example. The research suggests, it's tentative, but the research suggests that there are lots of possible benefits of intellectual humility in terms of well-being, you know, on a personal level, in terms of mental health and so on, but also on a society level in terms of cooperation, collaboration, dialogue, these kinds of things. And I was also really interested in how intellectual humility might be a tool for learning, an alternative to perhaps the model that I started with early in my career, perhaps a different way of helping young people to learn. How long have I got? Okay. We also need to always question the given. And although, you know, it seems that there are potentially lots of positives, I think there are also potentially pitfalls here that we need to be mindful of. It can be quite difficult to have the foundations of what we believe being challenged, to be open to that. And when I think about in RE, particularly young people who come from faith communities and so on, it can be, you know, quite unsettling. And I have experienced young people having a bit of an existential crisis in RE lessons when you're presenting them with new challenging ideas and, you know, you kind of see the foundations crumble. So we do need to be mindful of that in what we are doing. So I want to leave you with some questions. I don't have the answers, but just some thoughts. Do we want to encourage intellectual humility in the classroom? Is this something that is worth investing our energy in? Also, to what extent do we model it as teachers? I think we are so powerful as teachers. We choose what they learn, how they learn it, what examples we give them, what role models we present to them. I think we need to think really carefully about that power and how we are using it. What about the role of experts in our classroom? Are we helping? We think about the academic crisis I referred to earlier. What are we doing in our classrooms to help young people understand what academia is and how research works and how scholarship works, and so on, so that they can make informed decisions about how they respond to it. What about our language? What about the role models we're presenting? I took some students to see Richard Dawkins debating Richard Swinburne a couple of years ago, two titans of RE, and we were all so disappointed because it was just two men kind of shouting at each other and not listening to one another, and yet they are there in every RE classroom. And yet there were two young female philosophers in that same panel who were saying, look, Richard and Richard, actually you do agree with each other. There's common ground here. Let's try and, but, you know, they didn't want to hear it. And I'm thinking, perhaps I need to think about who, you know, what voices I'm putting in my classroom and what role models I'm presenting. There's so much more I could say. I think the one I wanted to talk about is whether we should teach intellectual humility explicitly in our classroom. I tried it. I shared this with my pupils. I gave them the language. I think John said earlier, you know, if you've got the word, you can actually kind of operationalize it. You can put it into practice. So I gave them the concept of intellectual humility, and it was something that they really liked. They really took to, and they would talk about it. They would bring it up. They would challenge each other in terms of their intellectual humility. It encouraged them to think about, well, what are my biases? What are my blind spots? And how am I modeling the kind of person I want to be? So I hope that's just given you some questions at the end of a long day to go away and think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was just as fascinating as I thought it was going to be. So our final speaker of the day, and I hope you've all noticed that we are running ahead of time. So, you know, please make note of that. She's going to, I am sure, will bring us some energy in this last few minutes. So this is Amber Hardesty talking about making history fun.
Not edutainment. Hi, I'm Amber Hardesty and I'm Emily's friend, and that is why I am here. So, let's make history fun. But guys, history is fun. It is. And RE is also fun, as is geography, as is politics, because I also teach that. PSHC as well. So, history is fun. But what if I told you, right, that history was just gossip? What if I just said, guys, do you ever hear about that guy Castro? You not heard about Castro? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so there's a year 11 called Jamie who really struggled with understanding anything with the Cold War, but boy, did Jamie love drama. And if you just make the whole thing dramatic, that woman bought into it. And yes, she did pour in Germany. And yes, she did pour in Anglo-Saxon. And yes, the woman still did pour in warfare. But by the time I cracked, she just loved drama. Yeah, no, Cold War was the paper for Jamie. But that's really because that's just what worked. And actually, when we think about it and we think about our subjects, they are really just fun. So I'm hopefully going to give you some ideas, or ideally spark a really fun conversation over a pint in a bit about all the ridiculously stupid ways we make our subjects fun, and not in an edutainment way. This is purely just to reinfuse chalk and talk. You know, maybe just throw a video out and do it yourself. I'll give you some ideas. Okay, so I work at a really beautiful school. It's 350 years old, and our head of faculty, he won't mind me saying this, Mick has been teaching a while. So our scheme of work for year 7 goes from 1066 to the Glorious Revolution through monarchs. Oh yeah. We did, we tried, here we are. So I do this, and I've taught at the school 9 years. I have done since the second year after doing it. With the first year, the way that we traditionally did it wasn't my style. So I do this through multiple different ways, but mainly through acting. You know, I know you're sitting there going, how is she going? I don't know either. So on the very first week, after we've learnt about migration, where the Angles, the Jutes, the Vikings all coming together, after we've done that malarkey, then we go, right, I'm going to need a volunteer. And people, the year 7s buy into it. The year 7s, we get volunteers. And I'm like, cool, everyone turn to the back of your books. Subheading roles. Every single time I tell you you've got a role, you're going to write that role down. I know what you're thinking, this doesn't make sense. No, once you've done the whole damn story from 1066, every monarch, all the way through until the Glorious Revolution, these poor children have at the back of their book a long list of very famous historical figures they've played at some point in the lesson, whether they've just been Edward the Confessor, the poor lad, poor Oliver. He was Edward the Confessor this year. He came up, he put on a hat, and I went, now guys, he's going to die. And all he did all lesson, at every moment, I was like, Edward, up you come. You're going to be important again. Am I going to die? Yes. Stands at the front. And then, of course, Edward dies, falls on the floor. I was like, great job. And then, but we give people their roles. They embody their ideas, and we can check in with them. I said, hey, Edgar. Obviously, it's not Edgar, but it's now Edgar in the lesson. Hey, Edgar, how are you feeling? You know, that guy just died. He was like, yeah. Sad? Why? Why are you sad? Why is Edgar sad? Because he's young? Yes, he's young. And if he's young, do we trust that he could be a good king then? We're doing contenders. Oh, no, because he's crying. Do you want someone that's crying to be in? Well, obviously, we're making this, and he's not clearly crying, but we're getting the key concepts going. I also teach a lot of low ability. I don't know if that's coming across. So we've got the idea. At the end of the academic year, when they say we teach to the end, we teach to the end, because in the very last lesson with my year 7s, we do the whole play from the beginning of 1066 to the Glorious Revolution. Everyone remembers their roles because they wrote it down in their book, and if we don't have a role, boy, is Mrs. Hardesty playing that role. So I'm also going to big up Emily here. She does a feudal system living diagram where some people get to stand on tables because the whole triangle, we know the triangle, beautiful thing, right? It's not a triangle in a book. No, you can stand in a tableau and act as a figure in that triangle. You can act it out and look sad and look powerful and look like you've got loads of money. Kids do really inappropriate things about money, but it's really exciting because they get that idea across. Anything exactly that. Anything I'm telling you, you might stand there going, oh, you must be spending hours over this. No, because what you're watching now is a woman who's panicked and nervous, but this is me in the classroom. I'm excited. And so they're excited. And we can do, and the longest I've spent on this, bar the one lesson I do the whole thing, it's about 15 minutes. Right. We all love a battle reenactment. We've all done a battle reenactment. Yes? If you've not, do a battle reenactment, guys. God damn it. Do a battle reenactment. We make swords and shields in our school as a project. We've done it for years. And so therefore we have large amounts of them. We keep throwing out the rubbish ones, but they keep coming. So we get the swords, we get the shields, we go outside, so we attack each other, get your health and safety going, get agreement with your head of faculty. Ideally have a head of faculty who came up with the idea. Shout out Mick. Peasants Revolt. Love a bit of English. You all said wonderful things about English. I'm inspired. I wrote a bunch of it down. When we do the Peasants Revolt, we get them to write speeches about how they themselves would be angry as peasants. Then we go outside and stand on hills and yell them because we're peasants. It makes them understand it. Now, obviously this works with year 7, but I'm telling you it's going to work with every year group. We're going to move on. So, Industrial Revolution, obviously that's exciting. Everyone loves it. Who doesn't love a spinning jenny in a canal? Yes! But at the very end of the topic, it's near Christmas. So it's the last week and we were told you must teach till the end. We teach till the end, but we have a factory fun game where throughout a whole lesson, we also try and get numeracy in as many lessons as possible. We all do that right now. Where's the mathematician gone? He's not here. Shout out if you do maths. Why are we doing this? Anyway, so we're getting numeracy in as many lessons as possible. So let's make a whole factory fun game surrounding you own a factory and you make different money depending on the day, and you can make stupid decisions like not have a fan in your cotton factory and therefore people get cotton lungs, so they go on strike, etc. But actually, through doing something a little bit balmy like that, they're summarizing the whole topic they've just spent a whole term learning, through also having arguments about why they didn't decide to be pottery rather than cotton, because pottery was clearly the best decision. It's not. Cotton always wins. Sometimes things aren't as easy to do. You know, you've got to choose the topic, definitely. Human trade triangle is quite a hard one to think about how you're doing. But if you move around, we get them to go out. Well, I get them to go outside. We stand in our triangle. We get different people to move around using sweets as a representation of sugar, wooden swords as a representation of weapons. And actually, by the end of it, you go, okay, well, where are all the sweets? All the sweets are with Britain. And I was like, and where are all the swords? Well, they're not in the continent of Africa. So who's actually benefiting from this? Just spending 5 minutes to act out the process gets them to understand it, in my opinion, better than a video. But I would challenge you to try it. We do the American Revolution as well in year 8, so there's nothing more fun than acting out guerrilla warfare. I'd really give it a go if I were you. Right, moving forward to year 9, World War I right through to the Cold War. And by year 9, they're a little bit moody, they're a little bit exciting. I'm good for a minute. So what I did last year was I trialed something new. I gave all the students in my class a country and they had to embody and represent that country for that year. I made them little signs. It got so enthusiastic that they all wanted a country, so I just gave them countries that I could brief, something about. I gave a kid called Dom Yugoslavia. Every lesson, Dom went, "Miss, am I relevant yet?" I'm like, "No, Dom, you're not. You're not relevant yet." Until that moment, that lad was relevant. And we got onto the slide I made specifically so Dom was relevant. He went, "Yes, well done, Dom, you're relevant." But once the stage, USSR came and totally liberated all of these wonderful countries from the Nazis, they no longer had to hold hands with Germany. They were holding hands with the USSR. It was amazing. We got to World War II ending. They're like, "Can we stop holding hands now, miss?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "What? I have to hold their hand?" "Yeah, because the USSR is not letting go." Honestly, just do something silly, because everyone's going to remember when Mrs. Hardesty, every time she says Mott and Bailey. I do it every time. You say, "Hey, Amber, name a kind of castle." I'll go, "Yeah." I look like an idiot, but by the time they're revising it in year 11, and I go, "Oh, do we all remember Mott and Bailey's?" They'll all go, "Yeah, we remember Mott and Bailey's."
Thank you very much. I knew that when I said to Amber, hey, do you fancy doing something for me in 48 hours' time? I knew that she would come up good, and I very much miss working with her. But what I want to say is a massive thank you, essentially. So as we wrap up to Teachers Talk Humanities, I want to give a huge thank you to all of our inspiring speakers today, everybody who has stayed in this room until the bitter end, and those that left us. So all of those, and of course our sponsors: Time Travel, Jigsaw, Hachette, Carousel, and Classroom 42. We will share recordings, resources, and a feedback form, because who doesn't love some feedback? And if you want to speak to any of our speakers, then all of their information will be available on their PowerPoints as well. So please do that. And for those who couldn't be here, we'll share their presentations as well. A save the date, March the 14th is our Teachers Talk Connect event, which is a multi-subject event. If you are thinking, I am mad enough to stand up there and speak, then let us know. We would love to have you, so please do let us know. And finally, it is time for our prize draw. So, Tom, do you want to pick someone? They have to be here to win it, by the way.
Amber.
That was not a fix. There we go. She can split it. Thank you once more for being part of today. Safe travels home.
Wait, there's not more.
No, it's literally just
She wins
one.
everything.
It's full. Yeah, no, that's it. It's one prize draw. And then thank you once more for being part of today. Safe travels home, and we hope to see you back in March.
Also, just to say, huge thanks to Emily, Amber, Claire, who really helped support the event. Guys, we've got some wine here for you. You can come and get it in a minute just to not slow everybody down. We're going to go to the pub over there now, Brotherhood of Pursuits, the bar, which is just on the left there. As you walk out, please join us for one drink if you can. If not, next March the 14th. Don't miss it. Teachers Talk Connect. Thanks, everyone.